Chapter 500. In Lu Xiaoyi's dantian, the magic power had already become as viscous as a pace. This was a natural phenomenon after reaching the great circle of foundation establishment. The formation of the core, from a physical point of view, was to turn this viscous paste into a solid state. And in this process, there was a chance of obtaining special abilities. For example, if someone formed a lightning core, then they would have a huge bonus on the Tao of lightning. Forming a 5 elements core, or some special fusion core, would give a bonus on the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, cloud, thunder, and other domain. There was no difference between good and bad attributes, only the question of whether it was suitable or not. In the process of forming the core, one would try to make the Jin Dan as round and pure as possible. Therefore, the grade of the core was not about comparing with others. There was no comparison. The true essence of Taoism was about comparing oneself. It was about whether or not the cultivator could squeeze out all of their potential in the process of forming the core. Those things that appeared on the outside, stored in the heart, and were mysterious in the dark. Under the effects of the heavenly cycle illumination technique, Lu Xiaoyi could feel that the liquid transcendence energy in his dantian was beginning to emit specks of golden light as it circulated. Like fireflies in the wilderness under the night sky, they were distributed bit by bit. Following the circulation of his cultivation, these scattered specks of golden light began to increase in number, becoming denser and denser, before finally accumulating into a piece. The core had 3 colors. Golden light illuminating the world, purple qi enshrouding the world, and colorless myriad. Right now, he was in the first stage of forming the core, golden light illuminating the world. In fact, this was also the final state of the core formation for the majority of cultivators. Jin Dan, of course, everyone's core would go through the golden light illuminating the world stage. It was also the foundation stage, the stage where it was easiest to solidify. The golden light illuminating the world was a kind of affirmation and evaluation of a cultivator's 100 years of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi's movements were very stable, neither hurried nor impatient. He let the golden light connect into a piece, flowing into a river. Not only was his dantian golden, even the magic power in his meridians and acupoints slowly turned golden. His entire body was illuminated by the golden light, until his dantian was completely formed into a liquid golden ball. This was a very crucial juncture. If a cultivator was dissatisfied with his core formation process, or if there was some kind of unsolvable flaw, then this stage would be the final juncture for him to exit from the core formation process. If he retreated, there would be a next time. If he continued, it would become a road to Mount Hua. It all depended on a cultivator's intuition. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied with his progress. The golden color was everywhere. There were no emissions, no stagnation, and no dark spots. This meant that the first step of his progress was very smooth. There were no changes to the chaste ball in his sea of consciousness. He was very confident about the future, therefore, there was no reason to withdraw. He continued to move the body, and in the process, he slowly began to transform his body. This was an irreversible process, which meant that unless the Dan was formed, the magic power of a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to support such a body transformation. If this step failed, the cultivator would return to the foundation establishment state, but the consumption of the body's functions would be at the level of a Jin Dan. This also meant that the cultivator would no longer have the possibility of forming his gold core. The magic power that he had painstakingly cultivated would forever be in the bottomless pit of a Jin Dan level body. The final step of the heavenly cycle illumination technique was to stabilize the core, transforming the liquid core into a solid core. This was also the normal path for normal cultivators, but he couldn't do it because he was abnormal. If he stabilized the core now, he would definitely not be able to stabilize it. Therefore, he began to mobilize the star chart formed by the mysterious existence of 365 stars in his body, resonating with the real stars in the universe. At the same time, the transformation of his body was also carried out in the structure of the purple star body. This process was the process of adding attributes to the ordinary golden light world illumination pill. If everything went smoothly, the basic golden light world illumination pill in his dantian would gradually transform into a star core with dense purple chi. The golden light was slowly fading, and in its place, bits of purple chi began to appear in the flow of magic power in his body. Just like the process of the golden light's appearance, bit by bit, line by line, piece by piece, to Lu Xiaoyi, the most difficult part was the balance. He had to endure the immense pain of the transformation of his body. Not only did he have to perfectly control the spreading speed of the purple chi, but he also had to constantly pay attention to the signs of fluctuations from the signal tower. From this, he could determine the time when the fleet would open the space transition channel. The most perfect control was when the purple chi filled his meridians and dantian, and when the space transition channel opened, he could seamlessly connect with the power of the stars in the antimaterial world. This was the key to negating the Dan. In his hundreds of years of cultivation, it was impossible to throw away the stars in the antimaterial world when he formed his Dan. If he threw it away, the Dan could not be fixed. If his time control failed and the fleet appeared too early, his purple chi would not be complete, and he would waste the time of the space transition channel's appearance. The window of time that he had obtained after hundreds of calculations would be wasted in the boring wait. Perhaps there would not be enough time to integrate the stars in the antimaterial world in his dantian, and if the fleet appeared too late, his purple chi would have been completed long ago, and he would not have the confidence to maintain such a state of purple chi. Forming the Dan was a dynamic balance process. It would always move forward, and it was impossible to stop at a certain point and wait indefinitely. In this case, the process required him to form the Dan immediately, and the fleet was late. It was completely like walking on a tightrope. Time flew by quickly, and the purple chi was almost complete. His entire body was emitting purple light from inside to outside, like a big light bulb covered with purple cloth. The signal tower's signal began to be strongly interfered with. This meant that on the antimaterial world side, the fleet was close at hand, and the entire fleet would break through the wall in order in a few moments. So far, Lu Xiaoyi's time control could be said to be perfect. If there were no accidents, and if the fleet's commander did not have nothing better to do than to give a short speech before breaking through the wall, then the time was just right. In the antimaterial world, the fleet was slowly decelerating. This was also the prerequisite for the floating rafts to perform space transition. It was impossible to rush out at full speed. The huge spatial tearing force would tear the floating rafts and the cultivators into pieces. In the lead of the black floating rafts, the Sun God Supreme, Daoist Zia, passed down divine instructions to all the rafts. He controlled the fleet's speed and was ready to give a lecture. Daoist Zia's skills were unparalleled, and he was the backbone of this expedition to Yangding. He was the one in charge, and it was also under his leadership that the expedition to Yangding did not end up in a bloodbath. Superior law meridian practitioners naturally had their own unique aspects when it came to scheming and battling. However, this sun god was amazing, but he had a habit of giving speeches. Now, seeing that the fifth ring was approaching, his hobby was acting up. Of course, he had to give a good lecture to these new foundation establishment cultivators to show the majesty and bearing of the upper realm. This was his last chance. After the transition to the main world, everyone would go their separate ways. How could the floating rafts controlled by cultivators like the Three Pure Ones or Shenyuan stop and listen to his nonsense? In all the upper realms, only I have the fifth ring. You little cultivators are born in the wilderness. You don't know the vastness of the heavens and the prosperity of cultivation. Chapter 501. Old man, you chatterbox. Sooner or later, you will be killed by your own saliva. Daoist Zia's lecturing voice could be heard everywhere on the 20 or so floating rafts. This was his only hobby. Unfortunately, the entire fleet had been poisoned by him along the way and was immune to it. However, Yu Hai was very annoyed because this nonsense would disrupt his rhythm. The floating raft he was on was a special one. It was made by the most powerful sun god in the Yang top realm. It was said that the technique used came from an existence that was one level higher than the sun god. Tranquil Ocean had complaints about this. Since there was such a powerful person in the Yang top realm, why didn't he personally guide the coordinates of the fifth ring? He wasn't at a high enough level. Of course, He didn't know that there were taboos in the cultivation world. If you provided a backer, others could provide a backer as well. Furthermore, the backer of the fifth ring realm was very strong. Therefore, he could only use a secret method to pass down a special technique. He had to use the hands of the cultivators below to complete all of this. He didn't give the backer of the fifth ring realm a reason to make a move. From the structure of this floating raft, it was an ordinary antimatter space floating raft. Its function was completed by some mysterious power of fate. This was the reason why Yu-Hai was sent out. It was because he was a carrier of fate and was born with the key to activating its function. He was just an executor, an insignificant foundation establishment cultivator. However, before he came, his teacher told him that he didn't have to worry too much about leaks. If he acted boldly, even if the other party was as strong as the sun god, they wouldn't be able to discover his secret. Yu-Hai didn't know where his teacher's confidence came from, but since he said so, he believed it. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Moreover, he had already disregarded life and death. His problem was that under the premise of knowing that he was about to break into the main world, he had already sensed through the floating raft signal that the barrier was about to be broken. The floating raft had automatically started a series of preliminary preparations. These instructions came from the cloud of fate in his mind. It was controlled using a mysterious method that was not within the six senses. Now, it seemed that the other party's sun god didn't realize that a floating raft in the fleet was undergoing subtle and systematic changes. However, the sun god's broken mouth allowed him to indirectly obstruct Yu-Hai's control. Tranquil Ocean was worried that the changes that had been initiated according to the normal procedure would be exposed due to the prolonged delay. The five-ring yang god might not be able to detect the power of fate tampering with it, but if this kind of tampering was reflected on the floating raft and caused it to have obvious abnormalities, how could the five-ring yang god remain indifferent? Secluded Ocean was indeed very thoughtful. This was something he had learned after being taught by the elder ancestor for a few days. Among the various abnormal situations that the elder ancestor had reminded him to pay attention to, there was one. If he had already started, but the space transition channel was still not opening, what should he do in such a situation? While hesitating, Remote C kept thinking. He let go of his control over the power of providence in his mind, but he was still hesitating. Should he wait for a while, or should he persist? After all, in essence, he was just a building foundation stage cultivator who had just formed his Taoist foundation not long ago. His knowledge, insight, and temperament were not something that could be acquired through cramming. These were not things that could be grasped just by not fearing death. What are you waiting for? What are you dawdling for? Not only was there a small building foundation stage cultivator cursing in the antimaterial world, but there was also a small building foundation stage cultivator cursing under the signal tower in the main world. He had perfectly controlled the time, but for some completely inexplicable reason, there was a mistake. Seeing that his purple gas was about to be completed, and his body was ready, but judging from the signal disturbance of the signal tower, the fleet in the antimaterial space suddenly slowed down. This was really going to kill him. He was here, and he had no connection with the other space. He could neither urge nor influence it. Not to mention a building foundation stage cultivator like him, even if a supreme was here, he couldn't affect the reality on the other side through the positive and negative space barrier. He was completely choked by fate. The purple gas in his dantian was unstoppable. When most of the golden liquid turned into a purple stream, the process was no longer completely under his control. He could only slightly control the speed. As the purple gas increased, his control became weaker and weaker. Speaking of providence, Lu Xiaoyi once again paid attention to the group of providence in his mind and finally found a trace of difference. This, because of some accident in the fleet, was it a sign that he was at the end of the road? Was it a sign that his providence had run out? Lu Xiaoyi didn't panic. Even if he failed, even if he died here, it might not be a bad ending. He had been here, seen it, done it, and that was enough. So he didn't even think about fixing the Dan now, and see if there was a chance that he could get a purple gas mist pill. He didn't refuse to be ordinary, but he knew that there was no ordinary path in front of him. He had already forced himself to a dead end. Without the power of the stars in the antimaterial world to supplement, he couldn't fix the Dan. You can think of this as a kind of perseverance, or it can be called the extreme of rationality. For Lu Xiaoyi, he would rather believe that the fleet outside suddenly began to break the barrier than believe that the purple gas could succeed by chance. So, even if failure was imminent, he patiently didn't think about the gains and losses, but put his curiosity on the group of Providence that had always been lifeless. When he put all his attention on this group of Providence, he once again found some kind of change that was not within his scope of understanding. After being together for nearly 200 years, although he still didn't completely understand Providence, the most basic thing was that he could still distinguish between good and bad luck. But even now, this group of Providence still couldn't distinguish good from bad. But there was a strange thing, as if in another space, there was another group of Providence that was opposite to his Providence, attracting each other, influencing each other. As astute as he was, he immediately realized that the other group of Providence must have come from a certain person in the fleet in the antimaterial world. Maybe it was the Foundation establishment, maybe it was Jin Dan Yuanying. To be able to cross the positive and negative space barrier under such circumstances and still be able to sense each other, it could only be something as high and mighty as destiny. This was his last straw, and he had to grab it no matter what. As for whether or not a Jin Dan Yuanying would come and swallow him, how could he care about that now? Through the influence of the group of Providence, the only message that Lu Xiaoyi sent out was, "Come, come, Daddy has candid haws for you to eat." This was a pure communication between two groups of Providence, ignoring space and distance, and even powerful supremes couldn't sense it. Ever since the great Tao of destiny in Qing Wei heaven collapsed and scattered to the mortal world, all the powerful people's ability to sense Providence had been greatly reduced. This was very normal. Without the great Tao of destiny, they also lost the source of the power of destiny, and became dull in this aspect. Chapter 502. P.S. Old Sloth is in pain but happy at the same time. How much did it add? Tranquil Ocean didn't sense that someone was shamelessly influencing him on the other side of the space. The cluster of luck in his mind was still very weak. Even though he had absorbed the luck of others, these things weren't obtained by his own ability. He still couldn't master them and needed a long time. However, this cluster of luck was able to influence him and subtly influence him, making him unknowingly walk in this direction. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Who knew how long that chatter would last? Who knew if his floating raft would be seen as abnormal in the next moment? He had to act immediately. Grand Supreme, don't know about it. Secondly, praise it personally. Secondly, fear it. Secondly, insult it. Those who don't believe it, those who don't. A crooked path is complete, a crooked path is straight, a pit is full, a shabby path is new, a little is more, a lot is confused. Daoist Zia was still talking non-stop when he sensed that one of the floating rafts was abnormal. The other floating rafts were following him at the speed he had lowered, but one of them didn't seem to be slowing down. His senses were extremely sharp. Even though he was talking nonsense, every movement of the entire fleet was within his grasp, including the various signals, the fluctuations of spiritual vigor, the secret and mysterious interactions, and the abnormal changes in the unseen world. None of them could escape his senses. In this universe, there were very few things that could make a cultivator of his realm completely ignorant. As long as it was something within the framework of the innate great Tao, he would be able to respond. It was just a matter of how much. Unless it was a limited number of great Taos that had collapsed, there were no traces of sabotage, nor were there any signs of a conspiracy. He scanned the controller of that floating raft with his divine sense. It was a yin soul perfected monarch. What happened? That perfected monarch felt embarrassed, but he still answered truthfully, the temperature of the energy cauldron is too high. It's not obvious during normal flight, but when we reduced the speed, the temperature couldn't go down, and it's not easy to reduce it forcefully. Senior Marshal Brother, you should know that the quality of these anti-space floating rafts is somewhat crude. Daoist Zia was speechless. He was an astute person and understood the essence of the matter with just a few sentences. The anti-space technology of the Yang top domain was obviously not as powerful as the fifth ring that relied on robbing for a living, but it couldn't be considered crude. It was unlikely that a long-distance flight would destroy the floating raft. The key was operation. The people of the Fifth Ring realm were used to operating the Yang Top realm's floating raft in a way that they were not familiar with. It was very easy for problems to occur. This was not the first time such a situation had occurred on the return journey, so he could not be too harsh on them. The people below were all supreme cultivators. For example, the yin spirit that caused the problem was from Jiaolan. They were used to fighting, but not everyone was a master craftsman. It was not possible to expect them to fly the floating raft so meticulously. Being able to fly this far was already an impressive feat. If it was a swordsman flying here, they would definitely fall apart halfway through. What could he do? Destroy this floating raft? Even if it was as easy as lifting a finger, these things were already the property of the Fifth Ring. After flying for so many years, they were about to reach home. How could they be destroyed? He had no choice but to give the order. So, you go first and we'll follow. Once we reach the origin world, we'll find a few artifact makers to see how to repair this thing. Jiaolan Yin's spirit agreed without hesitation. The floating raft passed by his companions in front of him. Under the guidance of the origin world's signal tower, they began to open up a transition passage. The energy cauldron boiled again. Powerful kinetic energy was released through the array at the head of the raft. Through some mysterious method, the space in front of the head of the raft fluctuated. Gradually, a space passage began to form. The history of the cultivation realm was also a history of continuous technological advancement. 10,000 years ago, when the floating raft broke through the origin world's barrier, it still required the support of a large barrier-breaking array on the origin world side. Now, the technology focused all of its barrier-breaking ability on the special anti-space floating raft. The other side only needed to provide a positioning signal. It could be foreseen that in the next 10,000 years, there would be no need for signal towers. Cultivators would only need one raft to fly across the universe. Jiaolan Yin's spirit carefully controlled the floating raft to break through the barrier. He hoped that there would not be any more problems. Although he was not proficient in crafting rafts, controlling a raft to travel across the universe was a necessary ability for every cultivator. Even Yuanian could do it, let alone a true monarch like him. He did not want to make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Therefore, he strictly monitored every single aspect of the floating raft, especially the energy cauldron, the core power output center that was always malfunctioning. However, the basic operating law of luck was that if you hoped that it wouldn't come, you would avoid it and come. It was just like how a certain small building foundation stage cultivator outside wished that the fleet wouldn't dawdle for some inexplicable reason, but the result was, the space passage was finally opened. The floating raft smoothly entered it. It only needed a few dozen breaths to pass through. However, this few dozen breaths required the floating raft to operate at full power and maintain the maximum energy output. This was because the passage between the origin world's barrier and the origin world's barrier appeared to be unobstructed, but in reality, the resistance inside was extremely great. Just as the floating raft was operating at full power and speeding through, Jiaolan Yin's spirit suddenly discovered that the temperature in the energy cauldron had increased abnormally. He was completely unable to react. By the time he realized that something was wrong, the accident had already occurred. The floating raft's power was greatly reduced, and it could only output half of its normal power. This half of the power was barely enough to maintain the space passage, but it was not enough to propel the floating raft forward. Simply put, the floating raft was stuck in the space passage between the origin world's barrier and the origin world's barrier. He was in a dilemma. Others were rats drilling through the bellows, but he was a floating raft drilling through the passage. With such a high probability of an accident, if Daoistzia had not confirmed that there was no suspicious phenomenon, he would have thought that someone was secretly causing trouble. However, the people on the raft were all Foundation Establishment stage cultivators who had just entered the Foundation Establishment stage a few years ago. How could they have such an ability? There were no coincidences in this world. If you did not discover the real reason, it could only mean that your level was not high enough. When the conspirator was a great world, and a great world with a backer, coincidences were bound to occur. The goal was very simple. By getting the floating raft stuck in such an awkward position, they could buy time to secretly transmit the location of the fifth ring's antimatter space signal back. Originally, this information could be transmitted in an instant. However, in order to avoid the dozens of Supremes in the fifth ring fleet, they could only use the most mysterious method of transmitting luck. This method was safe, but the only problem was that it consumed a lot of time. The transmission of luck was a new topic in the cultivation world. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Although Yang Ding's combat strength was indeed inferior to the fifth ring, it did not mean that they were inferior to the fifth ring in all aspects. Any ancient and inherited cultivation world would always have its own unique aspect. Yang Ding's uniqueness in the path of luck allowed them to use the fragments of luck in the minds of those with luck to a certain extent. It was also because of this application that when the luck was released, a certain person on the other side of the space would be able to sense it first. All of this was fate. Chapter 503. Lu Xiaoyi discovered that his hard times were over and the good times were coming. The transition passage opened and the star power of the antimatter space was exposed in front of him. It wasn't far and was within the range of his eyesight. At this time, he was already covered in purple mist and was almost unable to restrain the involuntary process of setting the core. Now that the passage opened, how could he have the leisure to care about how long the passage could be maintained? First, he had to absorb the star power of the antimatter space. This time, the operation of the secret technique was different from the previous hundreds of control. There was only one characteristic, and that was to use all of his strength in order to achieve his goal quickly. The star power of the antimatter space entered his body. As he expected, in the purple mist of his meridians, little dots of colorless emptiness appeared. Finally, these colorless emptiness would connect into lines and pieces. When the entire dantian and meridians became blank, it was time to set the core. The so-called last grade of the 3 grades of core was colorless and myriad. The plan was very beautiful, but it needed time. Before the colorless emptiness was complete, the transition passage couldn't be broken. With regards to the speed of absorbing the star power of the antimatter space, Lu Xiaoyi had an accurate judgment after a dozen breaths. Combined with his previous golden light illuminating the world and purple mist forming process, he helplessly discovered, even if the absorption speed was getting faster and faster, the golden light illuminating the world was laying the foundation, so it was the slowest. The purple mist forming period was far shorter than the golden light period. Following that, it was inevitable that the colorless period would be the shortest. Even so, he would need at least 2 hours. Could there be 2 hours for him to form the core? Of course not. Even if there were a few more fleets like this, it wouldn't take 2 hours. Therefore, in the end, it was all for naught. The patience of waiting, the reality of despair, the appearance of hope, and the destruction once again. Lu Xiaoyi discovered that in this short process of forming the core, he seemed to have tasted all the bitterness and sweetness of a cultivator. If his will was weaker, he might go crazy, but he still didn't care. Then, let me see how far I can go in this final step before I fail. The first floating raft seemed to have pressed the still button after entering the passage. A dozen breaths, 100 breaths, it was motionless. Even Lu Xiaoyi saw the problem within. The heavens were so ruthless. After cutting off his thoughts, they let him see the light of hope again. Could this be the legendary anchoring? What a good place to throw. Things had completely gone out of control. His future was no longer in his own hands. This made him feel very bad. This was the situation that cultivators were most unwilling to face. The only thing he could do was to be himself and leave the rest to fate, if fate still existed. Since it was completely out of his control, he felt much more relaxed. While trying his best to mobilize the power of the anti-space star, he also began to have spare energy to explore the mysterious power of providence. Because he had tampered with the signal tower, the space warp channel was very close to him, so close that he could see it with the naked eye. Lu Xiaoyi was almost certain that the power of destiny was emanating from the floating raft that was stuck in the passage. Furthermore, it had been slowly dispersing without stopping for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, he took action. He used his own cluster of luck to attract the luck emitted by the floating raft. Just like what he did every time he killed someone to steal their luck. During the crucial period of core formation, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke others. However, from his point of view, since the person in the raft was purposely releasing his luck, he would rather benefit himself than the universe and void. Furthermore, he was also worried that if the person in the floating raft was really a great cultivator with great luck, would he discover the secret of his luck when he came out? His concealment was effective against cultivators of the same level, but it might not be effective against cultivators of the upper level. Furthermore, he was at the threshold of core formation. He didn't have time to arrange for the sword spirits to help him hide. Whether or not he could successfully form his core was one thing, but the standard of doing things was another. Tranquil Ocean realized that there seemed to be a problem with his plan. According to the instructions of the elder ancestor before he came, although this method of transmitting location information was slower than normal transmission methods, there was still a limit to it. How could it be as slow as it was now, as if the luck would disappear the moment it left his body? After all, his level was too low. He still didn't understand that his luck didn't completely disappear after leaving his body, but a part of it was divided by a sinister fellow. His strength meant that he didn't have many methods to use when he encountered a change, or rather, he didn't have any at all. Other than urging the luck simulation signal tower to send out a signal, he didn't have any other methods. What he was worried about now was that if this dragged on for too long, the great cultivators in the fleet would become suspicious. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only delay for as long as he could. On the floating raft, a few fifth-ring great cultivators were studying the problem of the energy cauldron. He hoped that the elder ancestors' methods were clever enough to prevent these fifth-ring cultivators from finding a solution for the time being. Daoist Zia calmly looked at the floating raft that was stuck in the space jump channel, deep in thought. It was too coincidental. One couldn't help but feel suspicious. There were some rules to the opening of the space jump channel. For example, once a space jump channel was established, a second one couldn't be established in the surrounding airspace, which could easily cause a chain collapse. Therefore, the main force of the fleet couldn't establish another channel, and there was no need to go around to other airspace to pass through. They could only wait here like idiots. This stuck floating raft couldn't move forward or backward. It could only move after it was repaired with its own power. During this time, it also had to maintain a certain amount of energy output to maintain the space jump channel's unobstructed flow. Otherwise, once the channel collapsed, even a true monarch would be severely injured under the tearing force of the space jump channel's intersection. Although he had a young spirit cultivation, he couldn't rescue people from the space jump channel. He could only say that this position was truly stuck in his throat, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. If they were at war, he could choose to destroy the floating raft to obtain the conditions to re-establish the channel, but right now, they had won a great victory. They couldn't possibly lose more cultivators when they were already at their doorstep, right? It didn't make sense. There must be something he didn't notice. Although he understood it in his heart, he didn't show it. This was the shrewdness of a cultivator. Remember it, observe it, and be vigilant against it in the long river of time. There would come a day when the secret would come to light. There was also a trace of abnormality in the opening of the channel. That was the star power of the anti-space being poured into the main world through the channel. Daoist Zia might not be able to sense the change in fate because the great Tao of destiny of the 36 innate great Taos of clear sky heavens had already collapsed, and cultivators from the lower realm couldn't borrow its power. However, the power of the stars was the cultivation direction that he was most proficient in, and he was incomparably familiar with it. He only needed to sense it slightly to know that there was a Dharma Meridian cultivator in the opposite main world borrowing the space jump channel to strengthen his own star power system. Maybe it was a supreme person. The only thing he found strange was that if it was a Yuaniing realm cultivator, they could have followed the floating raft to the antimaterial space to absorb the power. Why would they have to hide like this? If it was a cultivator below the Yuaniing realm, how could they survive in the void of the universe? Chapter 504. A cultivator appeared beside him. Fellow Daoist Zia, I think there's something wrong with this floating raft. Why don't we evacuate the cultivators inside and destroy the raft in the passage? That way, all the tricks won't work, and we'll be at ease. Daoist Zia snorted. He didn't even need to look to know who was talking nonsense. Apart from the man from the sword vein in Shenyuan, who else would come up with such a crude trick? However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't hear it. This swordsman came from Shenyuan, Wen Guangfeng. He was an essence soul true monarch, and although his cultivation was weaker than Daoist Zia's, his combat strength wasn't weak at all. He was also the #1 fighter in this expedition to the Sun Peak and one of the most important people in this team. Daoist Zia could ignore other people's words, but this person's words, even if they were nonsense, Daoist Zia had to reply. Fellow Daoist Zia, you don't know. My Law Vane's view on this is to let him do as he pleases. There will always be a day when some clues will be revealed. How can it be flawless forever? If we destroy it now, it will become a mystery with no clues. Where can we find clues? With my current strength as a 5th ring, why should I be afraid of any consequences? Zia was a group of arrogant law fools who didn't know about karma. They were endless, and if they could be eliminated, then they should be eliminated. If they were allowed to take root, sooner or later, they would cause great harm. In the end, they would have to spend a lot of effort to wipe their asses. Sword lunatic, law fools, body barbarian, these were the names they called each other. None of them were pleasant or respectful. He also knew that Daoist Zia wouldn't agree to his suggestion. This wasn't his real goal, so he settled for the next best thing. I think we need to set up a Dao realm barrier outside the transition passage to prevent information from leaking out. Zia was very thorough, but there was also a personal motive in this matter. No. The power of Dao realm goes from negative to positive, not from positive to negative. I'm using a secret technique to observe the mysterious direction. It's better to stay still and not move. Fellow Daoist, when it comes to life and death, my Dharma vein is not as good as your sword vein. But when it comes to these unorthodox techniques, hey, it's better to leave them to my Dharma vein. Both of them knew that there was someone in the origin world who was stealing the power of the stars, and there was a high chance that it was someone from the law lineage. Thus, when they made a mistake, Zia did his best to protect them. This was a daily struggle, and they would never shed all pretense of cordiality. If you saw through it, you could just laugh and stop. If you couldn't see through it, then you couldn't blame anyone else. Now, Daoist Wushang Zia wanted to protect the origin world's Dharma Meridian cultivators. Even if Zhizhong saw through it, there was nothing he could do. There had to be a limit to a battle, and it couldn't be endless. Time passed bit by bit as the stuck floating raft tried to save itself. Ancestor Yang Ding's methods were indeed impressive. He had concealed the movements of the energy cauldron to the extreme, causing the few true monarchs on the raft who were not proficient in this technique to be helpless. Everyone was waiting for a change in the strange situation. They knew that this state of the floating raft couldn't be maintained for long. The experienced true monarchs didn't pay attention to the floating raft itself. Instead, they repeatedly observed any movement on this side of the negative space. They had different Dao realms, and they covered almost all directions in the cultivation world. All kinds of mysterious energy waves couldn't escape their senses, except for a few. Another observation was of people. Everyone on the floating raft, including those small foundation establishment cultivators. However, there was nothing abnormal. Everything was unbelievably normal. This made them even more puzzled. Lu Xiaoyi decided to increase his plundering of someone's fate energy on the floating raft. This was because he had a feeling that this was a very crucial step. Whether he succeeded in forming his Aurus core or not, to a large extent, it would depend on his fate energy. He originally thought that it was impossible to form the colorless 10,000 in 2 hours. However, an hour had passed, and that floating raft was still stuck there. This made his hopes suddenly become bright again. In this short period of time, it was as if he was riding a roller coaster. If it was someone with weak willpower, they would have been tortured into a lunatic. However, what he had always persevered with was now proven to be correct. At this moment, a cultivator's individual choice was expanded to infinity. Every wrong step meant that close to 200 years of hard work would go down the drain. The flow of the dharmic liquid in his body had already become ordinary and blank. The fine radiance wasn't obvious, and only a few strands of purple light occasionally jumped and swam within. What Lu Xiaoyi had to deal with now was this last trouble. Because he increased his plundering of fate energy, although he gained quite a lot from the other party's resistance, an extremely small amount of his own fate energy was also brought far away by the other party's fate energy. He could feel that it was at a very distant place. A faint human figure was currently smiling and nodding, expressing his approval. What was going on? This person definitely wasn't the one whose fate energy he plundered. Just by looking at this person's appearance, his realm couldn't be low. He wasn't sure if this person was a certain expert in the fleet, but his intuition told him otherwise. Everything was in a mess. Even though he was quick-witted and limited by his realm, he couldn't figure out what all these things meant when they were put together. He was just a reckless intruder. If it wasn't for the fact that someone on the floating raft took the initiative to disperse his own fate energy, he wouldn't have been able to plunder it. He couldn't understand under what circumstances a person would give away their precious cluster of providence. In the Jiaopan, remote ocean realized how difficult it was for him to complete this mission. His intuition told him that the situation was completely out of his control. The strange thing was that no one came to find trouble with him. Had he completed the positioning of the fifth ring? He didn't know. He was just a small executor of fate energy. He couldn't understand anything deeper. However, he wouldn't forget his mission, nor would he forget Yang Ding's entrustment. He was about to become a cripple. It wasn't just his fate energy that was about to run out, but his mentality. He would never be able to treat himself as a fifth ring cultivator and cultivate here. His hatred was too deep, so deep that it was no longer suitable for him to cultivate. When he accepted the mission, the ancestor gave him an option, which was to detonate the floating raft at the end. It was up to him to decide whether or not to do so. The advantage was that he could seek justice for Yang Ding. The fifth ring cultivators on the floating raft would definitely die or be injured. The true monarch might be able to escape the tearing force of the positive and negative space with injuries, but it was basically impossible for Yuanying to do so. As for the dozens of Foundation establishment newbies at Yang Ding, no one would consider them. The most important thing was that it could erase all traces, making it impossible for others to trace back. He was starting to worry if he had the chance to self-detonate. If he waited until his fate energy was exhausted before taking action, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control his own life and death. Using the ancestors' words, when you were in the same place as these bandit leaders, you had to consider the worst possible outcome. When he thought of self-detonating, Daoist Zia's eyes focused, and he shouted, "It's him." Chapter 505. The ability of the Dharma meridians and Yang spirit would be exposed the moment your state of mind change. Remote Ocean had two goals. One was to successfully transmit the coordinates. This was his primary mission. If he succeeded, he might have the motivation to continue staying under the fifth ring. But now that the teleportation wasn't going smoothly, he had to at least bring a few fifth ring cultivators with him. This was his bottom line. He couldn't go through so much trouble only to end up dying here without accomplishing anything. Now that he was determined to destroy everything, he immediately gave himself away. The observation of a Dharma meridian cultivator was not a joke. They could see through a person's bones. Remote Ocean immediately felt that he could not control his body. Even his Dharma power and spirit could not move a single finger. He knew that he would not be able to escape today, but he did not regret it. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. The psychological pressure of letting a small cultivator who had just formed his Dao foundation to complete such an important mission was unimaginable. He was very happy. He was finally going to be free of all this. What made him proud was that even these true monarch-level bandits couldn't figure out what method he used to control all of this. They could seal his body, Dharma power, and even his spirit and thoughts, but they could not seal his fate. With the secret teachings from Yang Ding, he could control his own fate and do some simple operations. The core control authority of this floating raft was to be controlled by fate. Zia had already sensed that something was wrong. He could feel that although he had controlled this young cultivator, his control was not complete. It was as if he had missed something. He was also a decisive person. He was too indecisive to be the commander of a fleet. Get out of that floating raft. Everyone. Don't care about those small cultivators. Xia's clear and cruel order was faithfully carried out. These people were the most experienced battle-type cultivators. They knew very well what kind of situation the young spirit in charge would give such an unreasonable order. Not to mention those small cultivators who were panicking, no one even looked at the treasures piled up in the floating raft. All the fifth ring cultivators on this floating raft, regardless of whether they were Yuaniing or perfected lords, quickly got out of the floating raft and used various methods to fly out of the space tunnel. Because the floating raft was stuck in the middle of the warp tunnel, the cultivators did not gather together. They tacitly split into two groups. One group retreated to the negative space, while the other rushed to the overworld. The long battle had made their actions precise and effective, just like an army. Tranquil Ocean sighed inwardly. A mere foundation establishment had placed his hopes on taking away all the major cultivators on the floating raft with a single explosion. What a naive and childish idea. In fact, he couldn't take any of them away. This was not an ordinary man in the mortal world who would bleed 5 steps out of anger. In the world of cultivation, the upper echelons represented strength, unquestionable strength. The only thing he could take with him were his foundation establishment newbie companions. It was a pity that they were still at a loss, not knowing what had happened. They thought that it was an accident, that the people of the fifth ring were ruthless, but they didn't know that it was their companions who brought them to their death. Daoist Xia's sudden decision was meticulous and vicious. Didn't you want to do something? I'll lock you and your 100 young Dingtian companions together. I'd like to see how you're going to fight to the death. He had always wanted to figure out how this little cultivator was able to control the floating raft. Or was he using the same method to spread some kind of information that perfected sovereigns like them couldn't understand? This was what he really wanted to know. As for these little cultivators, these resources, and this floating raft, he didn't care at all. He had 10,000 ways to instantly kill this little cultivator, but he just didn't do it. This was the way of the law meridians. I'll just watch you and let you do as you please until you reveal all your trump cards. At the last moment of his life, Tranquil Ocean finally saw through the essence of cultivation. All of this, the ancestors had probably seen through it long ago, right? The ancestors' only goal was to destroy him and the floating raft in the transition tunnel, leaving no trace behind. As for the mission, time was long, and there were bound to be other methods. How could they hang on to this plan? In the end, he was just a dispensable person. In a sense, the bandits of the fifth ring were no different from the ancestors of the young Dingtian sect. If you couldn't reach their level, you would forever be a sacrifice. But he could only sacrifice himself. At least, there was still value in sacrificing himself. He could still do something for his family, friends, and loved ones. If he didn't sacrifice himself, he might not even have this bit of value. Being weak was the original sin. To think that he had imagined this mission to be so sacred. It was just a transaction. In his melancholy, he wanted to die happily and escape from this life's troubles. Why did he have to resolve himself before he died? Wasn't it better to die in a daze? Lu Xiaoyi realized that he didn't have any more time. If he was given another hour, he would definitely be able to complete it. But now, when he felt that the source of luck was suddenly erupting, as if it was venting at the last moment of his life, he knew that there would be an unforeseen event in the transition tunnel. Not to mention an hour, there wouldn't even be half a minute left for him. How many roller coaster rides had he taken this time to form his core? He didn't know. In any case, when everything was hopeless, hope would quietly descend. And when hope increased greatly, failure would immediately appear. There would always be wicked people who wanted to harm him. They wouldn't give him the chance to form his core comfortably. In an instant, he had to make a choice. He couldn't wait and see like before. If he continued to wait and see, he would be waiting for death. The purple liquid in his entire body's meridians had already turned completely white, colorless and without light. Only the large liquid ball in his dantian was left. Between the colorless liquid that was almost solid, there were still 7 strands of purple qi that hadn't been completely refined. These were the 7 strands that required the most time and effort. Lu Xiaoyi had already realized the difficulty of refining these 7 strands of purple qi. This was because they represented the Big Dipper 7 stars that he had comprehended from the very beginning when he cultivated the Big Dipper scripture. At the moment of life and death, at the moment of success and failure, a novel idea floated into his mind. Since this was the case, why did he have to refine these 7 strands of purple qi? Wasn't it good to keep them? The so-called heavenly Tao was also particular about the evasive one. Why did he have to pursue perfection when he was refining the Jindan? Was there perfection in cultivation? The so-called perfection meant solidification. It meant that endless changes had been lost. It meant that there was no evasive one. He didn't want one, he wanted 7. This was instinctive and quick-witted. It was also a choice that he had no choice but to make. Lu Xiaoyi quickly arranged these 7 strands of purple light into the arrangement of the Big Dipper 7 stars and quickly completed the interaction with the Big Dipper 7 stars of the main world. Then, he activated the secret technique, core determination. At the same time, a strong explosion suddenly came from the transition tunnel. Chapter 506. Tranquil Ocean had forced out all of his fate energy to control the explosion of the floating raft and bring the final message to a distant place. In terms of level, the explosion of the energy cauldron was nothing in the eyes of the perfected Lord. The truly terrifying power came from the tearing of the space. When the floating raft could no longer provide energy support for the transition tunnel would suddenly collapse. The resulting tearing force of the space was something that even perfected lords couldn't escape. This was the reason why Daoist Xia had asked them to retreat. Under this tearing force, the floating raft, the precious materials, and the 100 or so Foundation establishment newbies were all turned into ashes. Not a single trace of them was left behind. However, the power of the explosion couldn't affect certain mysteries, such as fate energy. On the contrary, because he had released all of his fate energy before he died, the power of this fate energy was even greater than the power that Lu Xiaoyi had plundered. It wasn't like before when he had only taken away a trace of it. Instead, it had taken away Lu Xiaoyi's relatively complete fate energy and rushed into the darkness, towards a mysterious place. Daoist Xia's expression was indifferent. The powerful impact of the explosion couldn't even move a single strand of his hair, but his gaze became even more serene. Who among you felt that the energy was escaping with a purpose? In the void, almost all of the perfected lords were gathered, but no one answered. Obviously, no one had discovered it. After a moment, Xia snorted. Since there isn't, let's just treat it as an ordinary coincidence. There's a problem with the floating raft. The shallow reason is that Yang Ding set up such a trap to harm us when we pass through the space barrier. The deeper reason is unknown. The floating raft will be completely destroyed and can't be recovered. This is Yang Ding's ability. Who told us not to see it? We can only swallow this loss. This was the style of the 5th ring cultivators. In some aspects, they were very similar to the celestial wolf of the past, but in other aspects, they had their own insistence. He sighed. However, we still have to take precautions. When the fleet passes through, gather the resources and the 5th ring cultivators on our own floating raft. Pass through first. As for the floating rafts outside, leave one person to control each one. If there's any abnormality, immediately abandon the raft to protect yourself. Everyone nodded. This was a mature move. As for those small cultivators, no one cared. Since someone wanted to harm a soul armature, these people had to be cannon fodder. Moreover, there wasn't enough space to bring them to the 5th ring's floating raft. Daoist Xia continued, when the newcomers are distributed, each sect must be on guard. Yang Ding's newcomers are different from those low-level cultivation realms. You all know this, so there's no need for me to say more. Finally, after leaving this place, he would rebuild the signal tower on Sand Planet. This one should have been in operation for 3,000 years, right? It's time to change it. Although he wasn't clear about Yang Ding's true intentions, his supreme response was watertight. This was a habit formed from tens of thousands of years of being a bandit, and it naturally had its own strengths. In the void of the universe, there were countless space pirates, but who could make such a grand display? The reason why the fifth ring could do this was because there were a few truly experienced and ruthless 10,000-year-old sects in the fifth ring. Everyone immediately got busy. Daoist Zia's shrewdness and ruthlessness were respected by everyone. This was also the reason why they could return with a full load every time they went out to hunt. With the Dharma Vein's ability to use their brains and the Sword Vein's ability to use their hands, they coordinated with each other. Soon, the floating raft's energy shimmered, and the fleet began to prepare to break through the wall. Lu Xiaoyi's heavenly cycle illumination technique was executed smoothly. This was a top-notch secret technique passed down from the Dharma Vein, and it had been passed down for at least hundreds of thousands of years. With such a secret technique, the number of people who could form their pills was as numerous as the grains of sand in the galaxy. To him, with his close to 200 years of immersion in the star system and his incomparable familiarity with the stars, a smooth start was inevitable. Furthermore, the process wouldn't be bumpy. His most difficult process, the golden world illumination, the purple mist, and the colorless myriad, had been successfully passed. Other than the final colorless myriad, which he had no choice but to make some changes, everything else was perfect. Now, he still had to face 2 checkpoints. At the final moment, he had to wait for the Jin Dan to completely solidify and see if he could stop it. Then, there was the minor heavenly tribulation. This was his weakest period, so he hid in the Sand Star. However, it was also because of the Sand Star's position that he was in an even more unpredictable situation. It was as if a group of lions were watching a small beetle molting and evolving. Apart from turning a blind eye and burying his head in the sand, there was nothing he could do. The first black floating raft revealed its true appearance. Daoist Zia, who was on the raft, scanned it with his divine sense. Nothing in the surrounding airspace could escape his senses. He snorted lightly. Maybe you're right. Back then, we should have used the Dao realm to isolate it. However, I think that this sand tower is old and decrepit, so it's better to destroy it now. That way, we can avoid a lot of future troubles. Beside him, Zhizhong smiled. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Fellow Daoist's response has always been correct. It seems that I, Shen Yuan, have seen too little. However, this sand tower can't be destroyed now. We have to build a new one to replace it. The two of them mocked each other again. After the fleet safely passed through, they headed towards the fifth ring. However, neither of them looked at the Sand Star. They were all clear. At first, Daoist Zia thought that the person absorbing the power of the stars was a Dharma Meridian cultivator or even a supreme cultivator, so he tried his best to protect him. Now that he came out, he saw that this guy was even carrying a sword case. Thus, he changed his mind. Zhizhong was the opposite. At first, he thought that it was a Dharma Meridian cultivator, so he wanted to cause trouble. Now that he saw that it was a swordsman, he naturally wanted to help. Even if he was carrying the Wei Sword Mountain's sword case, to him, the sword vein was inseparable. When it was time to help, he had to help. In the end, the two of them broke up. Furthermore, they weren't sure if it was this little Foundation establishment cultivator who was absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps it was someone else who had left. Because the beetle was too weak, it didn't attract the interest of the tigers. Lu Xiaoyi was lucky enough to avoid the attention of the tigers. Fortunately, he had already passed the stage of absorbing the power of the stars and was in the process of solidifying his power. Otherwise, as long as these supremes were slightly interested, his secret would have been exposed. The world finally quieted down. However, Lu Xiaoyi was still stuck at the moment when the explosion happened. To him, it was a very strange scene. That was a portion of his destiny being forced to an unknown place in the distance. The once indistinct figure had also become very clear. Moreover, he was even smiling warmly at him. His smile was filled with concern, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. His intuition told him that he might have been involved in some kind of conspiracy. However, he couldn't see through it at his current level. He could only comfort himself. Anyway, compared to the loss of destiny, he had plundered more. At least on the surface, he didn't lose out. Chapter 507. He refocused his attention on the core formation. This was his true foundation. His dantian had already condensed and solidified. Under the colorless background was a purple totem of the Big Dipper. As if it had a life of its own, it resonated with the Big Dipper in reality, as if they had the same power. Mana flowed out of his dantian and converged into a majestic river. Its momentum, strength, and purity were far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator could compare to. Next, when he stopped the heavenly illumination technique, if his dantian did not collapse, it would still be solid. When it flowed out of his dantian, it would be liquid, and when it returned to his dantian, it would condense. Only then would it be considered as a true Jin Dan. Otherwise, if it flowed back to his dantian in a liquid state, after a few cycles, the entire Jindan would turn back into a liquid state. That would be a failure, and there would be no possibility of core formation. Winner takes all. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyi had the intention to stop the secret technique to maintain the solid form, but he felt that something was missing. With a flash of inspiration, he ordered the 7 sword spirits to gather a strand of spirit into the 7 strands of purple qi in his dantian. Then, they circulated the mana in his dantian. The entire Big Dipper formation seemed to have come alive, surging with vitality. He smiled slightly. There was no need to hesitate anymore. The Jindan would succeed. The heavenly illumination technique stopped abruptly. Lu Xiaoyi was not cautious at all. Instead, he sped up the circulation of his mana. The entire dantian system was lit up one by one. It was like a river that originated from the snowy mountain and returned to the snowy mountain. And in his dantian, the purple qi of the Big Dipper was especially dazzling against the colorless background, lighting up the starry sky. Lu Xiaoyi was neither worried nor happy. The process of core formation this time was complicated. It taught him how to calmly deal with the obstacles in the path of cultivation. In terms of state of mind, it was also a great improvement. He would no longer determine the future based on a momentary success or failure. It was also a great improvement. This pill, what kind of pill was it? It was definitely not the golden light illumination pill. It was called the purple qi mist pill, but it had less purple qi. It only had 7 purple lights. It was better to call it the purple qi spot pill. It was also wrong to call it the colorless myriad pill because it had 7 purple strands of mixed hair. This was a celestial pellet that belonged solely to him. There was no other celestial pellet in the world. Although it was a little special, he truly liked it. No matter how good other people were, they couldn't be compared to their own family's only child. Before he could completely pull himself out of the familiar nature of the core, the sandstar was close to the sky. There were no thunderclouds gathering, but there was a muffled sound of thunder that sounded like beans being fried. A thunderbolt struck down directly. Lu Xiaoyi was fearless. With a cry from the sword sheath, the navy jumped out. Although this was the weakest sword spirit among all of his sword spirits, having only trained for over 50 years in the sword aura stage and having passed less than 30 stages, there was still a large gap between it and the strongest 4 seasons. However, he was confident because the water army was a lightning sword spirit. The lightning struck in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to predict, but the navy accurately found the direction of the lightning. Their flying swords trembled happily in the rolling lightning. B.A., 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 B.A. In the sky, after the first bolt of lightning, thunderclouds began to gather. He was preparing for an even more violent attack. How could Lu Xiaoyi have any defensive means? He only had one method, which was to attack. Several flying swords flew out of the sword sheath. 6 flying swords circled above his head, disdainful of the heavens. 4 seasons was the first to bear the brunt. It was the boss of the sword spirits, so it had to bear the responsibility of being the boss. The inert material was the only thing that had passed 70 stages on Bolang Slope. Second sword spirit Ju Cheng had passed 60 stages with his sword aura. Then it was hidden fragrance, the navy, Big Dipper. In front of the heavens, the little ones were very enthusiastic. Because their master had reached a new level, it would be their turn next. Under the nourishment of their master's completely new magical power and spirit, they would definitely improve faster. Not long after, an even thicker bolt of purple lightning came crashing down. The 4 seasons sword met it head-on, and in an instant, thick lightning surrounded the sword, crackling loudly. Following that, the Four Seasons sword spirit let out a torrent of angry curses. Ma, 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 ma. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. When did these things learn to swear? He was usually very careful. The second heaven's punishment was daunting but not dangerous. Four Seasons blocked half of the thunderbolt's power, and the other flying swords gradually decreased in power. However, Lu Xiaoyi didn't feel the joy of success. Instead, he saw the danger of the next tribulation. Among his 7 flying swords, only 5 of them could be used to withstand the lightning. Wu Shen and Luck Cutter were not suitable. One of them was a spiritual type sword spirit, while the other was a mystical type sword spirit. Lightning naturally restrained them. Perhaps in the future, when they grew up, they would no longer be afraid of the lightning of cultivators. But for now, they were not strong enough, and they had to deal with the lightning falling from the sky. This was a completely different concept from the lightning of cultivators. The number of heaven's punishment after a pill was formed was not fixed, but it would never exceed 3 times. Generally, when a pill was at the level of golden light dazzling world, there would only be 1 heavenly punishment. When a pill reached the level of purple chi, there would be 2 heavenly punishments. Only the best colorless myriad pills had the chance to have 3 heavenly punishments. This was the general rule, and there were very few accidents. Then, with his current resistance, he might not be able to withstand the last heaven-shaking strike. What else did he have in his arsenal other than flying swords? Could it be that he could still use his so-called magic as a trump card? That would be a joke. Without any time to hesitate, Lu Xiaoyi took out a sword embryo without a sword formation and gently but firmly ordered, "Go in." The Huoshan sword spirit was a little awkward. However, it was also a sword spirit that had passed the 50th level of the Bolang slope. It was intelligent and knew that now was not the time to be willful. It had been living in other people's swords for over 100 years, and its master had never forced it to do anything. But now that the situation was critical, it had no choice but to obediently crawl in. With a shake of the sword box, the 7 flying swords flew out together. Because his Jin Dan had the Big Dipper totem, every strand of purple chi contained the will of a sword spirit, and the Big Dipper totem was in harmony with the real Big Dipper in the void of the universe. Therefore, the 7 sword spirits automatically stood in the position of the Big Dipper without any guidance. There was the Big Dipper sword formation in the Thousand Virtues Peaks Bo Ao Tower. He had not had the time to learn it, but now it seemed that there was no need. What he displayed now was the way of the stars that was most in harmony with nature. There was nothing more in harmony with the way of the heavens than the Big Dipper in the void of the universe. Among the 7 sword spirits, the water army was vaguely uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoyi understood what it meant. It was unhappy that he had let the 4 seasons take the lead when the second heavenly tribulation struck. This was something that the lightning sword spirit could not tolerate. He could give in to other battles, but not the lightning sword spirit. The Big Dipper sword formation could combine the power of the 7 sword spirits into one. One flying sword would be the main attacker. The water army wanted to be the arrowhead. At least in terms of dealing with the heavenly tribulation, it felt that it was the most suitable. Lu Xiaoyi finally agreed to its request. Chapter 508. The thundercloud became heavier and thicker as it gathered. The Big Dipper sword formation below was circling and following the ancient laws of the stars. Its aura rose bit by bit. An ancient and boundless aura filled the sky. The lightning was obviously delayed because of the power of the sword formation below. It could also feel the difference in power between the attacker and the defender, so it would not strike recklessly when it had no advantage. It represented the will of the heavenly axiom and was deeply wary of all the power that exceeded the normal range. The power of the cultivator below had already exceeded the framework, so he would definitely receive the harshest punishment from the heavenly axiom. The heavenly punishment was one of the main ways the heavenly axiom balanced the cultivation of living beings. Not only humans, but also those powerful demons. When the cultivation world of the lower realm was lacking in successors, it would weaken the power of the heavenly punishment as a regulator. When the cultivation world of the lower realm was flourishing, the heavenly punishment would become fiercer and fiercer to control the expansion of the cultivation whirl. The fifth ring was at its peak, so the attitude of the heavenly axiom was self-evident. 3 heavenly punishments were necessary, especially the last one. Within the framework of the heavenly punishment's power, it would try its best to climb to the highest level. The thundercloud was endlessly accumulating power. Lu Xiaoyi was not the kind of person who would wait for his opponent to attack, and neither were his sword spirit. He lightly rebuked and pointed at the thundercloud. "If you don't come down, I'll go up." The sword formation shook and the power of the ancient star system was activated. In the bright light, the navy seemed to be wearing a purple crown. The sword whistled and the navy rushed out of the formation, directly striking the thundercloud. The thick thundercloud was split in half, and the lightning power stagnated. This was a provocation. Thousands of lightning bolts immediately formed in the thundercloud, tightly wrapping around the flying sword. There were many cultivators who took the initiative to attack the heavenly punishment, but this required absolute strength and a handy weapon. Not every attack could affect the thundercloud. Ordinary things that rushed into the thundercloud could only be entangled by countless lightning bolts and could not struggle. If one wanted to stand out, one had to have extraordinary strength. The navy screamed happily in the entanglement of the lightning. It had the most ancient star formation of nature to provide energy and the strong will of its master. It was also the darling of lightning. This kind of environment might be scary for other weapons, but for it, it was like a fish swimming in the sea and a bird flying in the sky. The most important thing was that Lu Xiaoyi's current state was the strongest state of the 7 stars of Jindan. After passing through the heavenly punishment, it would quickly fall and slowly rise over a long period of time. The clash went back and forth, and the sword aura became more and more powerful. Amidst the crisscrossing sword aura, a perfectly fine thundercloud was cut into pieces. The thunder aura could not be linked together. Not to mention the large purple thunderbolts, even the small blue thunderbolts were difficult to release. The lightning sword spirit knew where the vital points of the lightning force were, so it could always hit the vital points with every charge. This was the lightning sword spirit's instinct. Lu Xiaoyi had learned a lot from his sword spirit and understood some of the basic principles of the Way of Thunder. If he were to wield the sword himself, he would definitely not be able to do as well as the water army who could stir up the punishment of the Way of Heaven. However, if he could learn something, it was also an improvement. In the future, when he faced someone like Shendanzi, he would not be helpless against the thunderclouds above his head. If a cultivator could not punish the heavenly punishment, what would happen? The historical records of cultivation were vague, but there was one thing that did not change. The heavenly punishment would not accumulate to the point of yuanying. This was not in line with the heavenly punishment. The level of the heavenly punishment was determined by the level of the heavenly punishment. It would not be weak to a certain limit, nor would it be strong to a certain limit. After a few times, the heavenly will was unable to calm down. The entire thundercloud trembled and dissipated on its own. Before it dissipated, it formed a thunderbolt that bypassed the navy's blockade and struck down, causing the 1,000-feet-tall signal tower to collapse with a loud bang. This was the essence of the heavenly punishment. He could not aim at Lu Xiaoyi because the heavenly punishment was connected to Lu Xiaoyi. Only when he aimed at something else, the heavenly punishment not stop him. The heavenly punishment was forced to such a state that it had no choice but to strike down the tower to vent its anger. Once the heavenly punishment was gone, the pressure of the Jindan in Lu Xiaoyi's body disappeared. Only at this moment could it be said that he had successfully formed the gold core. At this moment, perhaps it was because the heavenly mystery had gone against nature, a storm suddenly rose on Sand Planet, covering the sky and covering the earth. Lu Xiaoyi stood quietly in the middle of the dust, unaffected by the storm outside. The fierce wind could no longer move him even a little bit. His body, under the full operation of the Jindan in his body, began to undergo a deeper transformation to adapt to a completely different level of magic power. This process was only the beginning. In the few years after forming the gold core, this kind of transformation would continue until his body could completely follow the rhythm of the Jindan. The Jindan had to be solidified. The meridians and acupoints of the body also had to be solidified. This was the cornerstone of a core cultivator and could not be neglected. His spirit seemed to have opened a door to another treasure. When he was in the foundation establishment stage, his sea of consciousness was already full and difficult to enter. Now, there was a whole new world. There were countless possibilities, and a new chapter was opened. Because of the upgrade of his sea of consciousness, the sword case that was originally closely connected to his consciousness was now out of date. Regardless of whether it was the sand waves of the sword pass or the momentum of the space, they were all outdated. When a cultivator's realm increased, it did not mean that the sword spirit would also increase with him. It was just that the magical power and soul support that the sword spirit could receive would allow it to step onto a new level. The premise was that the sword spirit could withstand this stronger energy support. There were many, many more. Lu Xiaoyi originally thought that he was completely familiar with the cultivation system. However, after forming the gold core, everything was gone. It seemed that there was no place that did not need to be improved. Opening a whole new world meant that everything was brand new. Now was not the time to think about this. Before forming the gold core, this was the most suitable place for him. However, after forming the gold core, it was different. He needed a stable and safe place with countless secret techniques. Walking in front of the message pagoda, Lu Xiaoyi was a little nervous. The destruction of this thing could not be blamed on him, right? It was all caused by the wrath of the heavens, but it was not easy to explain to others. It seemed that it was more or less related. He just did not know if he could push the blame to that fleet. With his wealth, even if he went to the Jindan, he would not be able to afford such a large expense. P.S. Fate also came to make trouble. The message pagoda was only partially destroyed. He could not tell if it was suitable to rebuild it or if it was more economical to repair it. He tried the function of the message pagoda. The function of sending signals to the antimaterial world was completely gone. The signal in the main world was still there, but it was much weaker. Sometimes it was even intermittent. The only function that remained was the communication channel with the Fifth Ring sect. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Weijian Mountain. He could not send it to other sects because in these 100 years, the maintenance of the message pagoda belonged to Weijian Mountain. He wondered if Martial Uncle Yin Yi's pants would be pawned because of this. Martial Uncle, the pagoda collapsed. The specific reason is unknown. However, at that time, the Fifth Ring sect's fleet happened to pass by. Was the load too heavy, and it had not been repaired for a long time? Please take care of it. This wasn't a lie. It was just a recount of the actual situation at that time. After sending the message, the storm gradually stopped. Looking at the clear sky after the storm, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The life of a cultivator was a process of constantly climbing up. The further one went, the more tiring and dangerous it was. Once one embarked on this path, how could there be any possibility of turning back? Where was the idle clouds and wild cranes that one imagined? Exactly. The universe produces yellow buds, and after the furnace refines them into sand. The stars cook the 5 colors, and water and fire refine the 3 flowers. I am a cultivator of immortality, and I refine the stars to become a writer. My incarnation roars, and I walk the world with my sword. Chapter 509. The person came faster than Lu Xiaoyi expected. In less than 10 days, a familiar floating raft arrived at the Sand Star. It was still the same boat and the same silent person. However, there was no huge floating raft carrying a large amount of materials as Lu Xiaoyi had imagined, just to bring him back. This upper-level cultivator still had a silent attitude. Lu Xiaoyi was already used to it. He climbed onto the floating raft and did not ask too many questions. For example, when would the repairs be done, who would replace him for the next 50 years, would the expenses be borne by Weijian Mountain alone or by the 5 rings? He wasn't running away, but this kind of loss should be borne by all the sects in the 5th ring. This was common sense. If everyone bore the burden, it wouldn't be a big deal to each sect. However, if Weijian Mountain had to bear the burden alone in the end, he wouldn't be a coward. He already owed Wei Jian Mountain a lot, but this kind of expenditure was too difficult for a poor person like him. On the way back on the floating raft, Lu Xiaoyi seized the time to consolidate his state. This was the most important stage for every cultivator after reaching the upper level, especially for those below the Yuanying stage. This was because the upper-level cultivators would often undergo changes in their bodies after reaching the upper level. They would need to recuperate and consolidate as soon as possible and not find someone to fight after reaching the upper level. Only after reaching the Yuanying stage would the advancement of the state be able to create immediate combat power. It was not possible now. Therefore, the so-called advancement in combat was actually a false proposition. 10 days later, they could already see the huge celestial body of the 5 rings. When they got closer, Lu Xiaoyi noticed something strange. He was now a genuine Jindan cultivator, the backbone of the region. His grasp of the constellation system was also far better than before. His best constellation positioning system told him that the floating raft was not flying towards Erhai's Weijian Mountain, but towards the western region. This was a little awkward. Just as he expected, the floating raft plunged into the atmosphere. When he could see the mountains and rivers on the ground, there was no longer the red earth mine of Weijian Mountain. It was simply a majestic snowy mountain. He did not go to the Thousand Elegance Peak, but chose a remote location to descend. Lu Xiaoyi assumed that he would remain silent as before, so he decided to play dumb and climb down from the raft. After bowing respectfully, he was about to slip away, but he didn't expect that this taciturn senior would suddenly open his mouth. I am Sword Chi Rui from Soaring Heaven Pavilion. For at least the next 100 years, I will be in charge of the daily affairs of Soaring Heaven Pavilion. If you have any questions or difficulties, you can come to Soaring Heaven Pavilion to find me. I've already spoken to the hall below. For the next 10 years, there won't be any sect missions assigned to you. You can also reject any activities that you don't want to participate in. The first 10 years after the completion of the Dan was a critical juncture for a cultivator. They couldn't allow external affairs to disturb them. In addition, all your resources will be taken directly by the Rising Heaven Pavilion, including the rewards you received from the fish leaping cliff. If you have time, go and take a look yourself. Lu Xiaoyi immediately put on a smiling face. Since he couldn't play dumb, he could only pretend to be honest. He knew the severity of the matter. Now was the best time to solve the problem of Sandstar. Martial Uncle Rui, when I first met you, I knew that you were extraordinary. You were wise, open-minded, and able to see through everything. But I'm afraid that I shouldn't disturb you. I have a problem now. I've been guarding Sandstar for 50 years, and I've always been diligent. But in the end, the destruction of the Tower of Sandstar was related to me. That damned divine punishment missed its mark and caused the destruction of public property. If I let Wei Sword Mountain bear the responsibility alone, I'll feel sorry. Rui Zhenren remained calm. He had limited contact with this disciple. 50 years ago, he sent him on a trip, and now he received him on another trip. Both of them were through Wei Sword Mountain. Among the 3 sects of Sword Vein, the relationship between the higher-ups was much closer than that between the middle and low-level disciples. This was because in the future, when the Yuanying went to the void of the universe, cooperation would be normal. Every swordsman had a lot of friends in the other 2 sects, and the friendships were formed during battles. It was extraordinary. Therefore, he knew Lu Xiaoyi's movements as long as he was willing. In the past, he was just a foundation-building cultivator, so there wasn't much meaning in observing him. Now that he was a core formation cultivator, he could take a look. He understood this little swordsman's mentality, but he didn't want to explain anything. The growth of a cultivator was all-encompassing. If he couldn't get over this misunderstanding, his future achievements wouldn't be strong. Therefore, he said lightly, Shenyuan will never let other sects take the blame for their disciples. But in the sword vein, this is nothing. It's too sad to distinguish. The construction of the Tower of Sandstar has always been the 5 Rings Alliance's business. It won't be left to a sect to build it alone. You want to be responsible for it yourself, but the Dharma lineage is still worried. This isn't something you should be concerned about. Lu Xiaoyi lowered his head and listened to the lecture. When he raised his head again, Reverend Rui had already disappeared. He was a very cold and arrogant senior. If Yanbo became a nascent soul one day, would he be like this too? Of course, he wanted to immediately enter the state of cultivation and consolidate his new skills and sword techniques. But there were some things that he couldn't settle down if he didn't understand them clearly. How was senior sister? Was Yanbo dead? What about his friends who were robbed together with him? Even if there weren't many interactions, he couldn't put the time in such an awkward situation that involved life and death. It didn't matter. When he returned to his cave, it was still dilapidated. He was too lazy to tidy it up, so he only sent a sword letter to senior sister. It wasn't because his relationship with senior sister was better than with Yanbo, but because he was afraid that if that arrogant guy didn't form his gold core, he wouldn't know what to say if his bad temper flared up. The smoke came very quickly. Not even a moment after he sent out the sword message, a sword light descended swiftly. Lu Xiaoyi was very gratified. Just from the momentum of this sword light, he could tell that senior sister had also improved. Furthermore, she was even better than him. The two of them met and stared at each other. Seeing that senior sister's gaze was becoming more and more fervent, Lu Xiaoyi knew what she was thinking. He hurriedly stopped her. Wait. Senior sister, you can't bully people like this, right? You're an old alchemist. How can you bully a little white flower that formed her gold core less than a month ago? You're too impatient. You don't have the least bit of modesty as an alchemist. Smokey stared at him suspiciously for a moment. She knew that he wasn't lying and that she was being rash. She had just formed her gold core, so it was best for her to consolidate her realm, cultivate her spirit, and strengthen her body. It wasn't good for her to fight casually. She also couldn't fully display her abilities as a Jindan swordsman. She wasn't the type to bully people. However, she didn't admit defeat verbally. "Xiaoyi, I'm not the same as before. I'll let you have 10 or 20 years. Let's see if you can still be as arrogant as before." Lu Xiaoyi smiled apologetically. "Senior sister, of course you're the best. I think you don't even need to use your sword. You only need to lift your skirt. Oh, no, a glare, and 9 out of 10 of your opponents will have to admit defeat. The remaining one will be naturally castrated. Right, how's that guy Yang Bo now? He's not still struggling to build his foundation, is he? Why don't the two of us team up and provoke him? He'll be so prideful and his blood will boil. Maybe this will be our chance." A shout came from the sky. "I'll treat you as a disrespectful bastard. Do I, your senior brother, need your help? When I built my foundation, I was your senior brother. Now, you have to call me senior brother." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. His friends had gathered and none of them were left behind. How wonderful. Chapter 510. All these years, the world had changed. Among the three of them, what surprised Lu Xiaoyi the most was that senior sister Yang Cheng was the first to form her gold core 40 years ago, which was 10 years after Yu Yu stabbed his sword. She didn't return to Xuanyuan's dome. Instead, she wandered around Wolf Ridge alone after she sensed something. She retraced the path the four of them had taken back then. She looked at the current situation of the High Mountain tribe, and if there was anything they needed help with, she could also recall the 5 years they had spent together. Back then, they had been gone for 5 years, but she had spent 10 years alone. Tracing the traces in her memories was also a form of revisiting her state of mind. In the end, at the edge of Wolf Ridge, in the place where Guangbei had left, she used her sword to block Daoist 3 Purity's cave and successfully formed her gold core in one go. This was the normal path for cultivators to form their gold core. She had chosen a suitable method at the right time and completed the most important step in her state of mind. She had successfully turned the hard power she had gained in her cultivation into the motivation to improve herself. This was talent. Yang Bo was 10 years slower than her. He had walked a different path, the path of battle. Ever since Lu Xiaoyi had become the strongest, even though he hadn't succeeded in stabbing his sword in name, the 5-ring Foundation establishment cultivators had started a crusade against Xuanyuan's swordsmen. Some of them were disciples of the defeated sects, while others were adding fuel to the fire. As Lu Xiaoyi's friend, Yang Bo and some other swordsmen who truly had a Dao heart took on the responsibility of facing these challenges. First, it was for Xuanyuan's honor. Second, it was for their own future. In the 20 years after Yu Yu stabbed his sword, they had fought from north to south, drank blood on their swords, and walked the line between life and death. Not everyone could persevere. Some gave up halfway, some didn't have enough strength, and some didn't have enough luck. Yang Bo had persevered until the end, not because he had always been victorious, but because he didn't give up even in defeat. With perseverance and a bit of luck, the results were as expected. Lu Xiaoyi sighed with emotion. It wasn't because of how easy it was to form one's gold core, but because the friends beside him were the cream of the crop. If Guangbei was here, their team's success rate would be 100%. Birds of a feather flock together. When he chose his friends, there were actually some unseen factors in it. This was inevitable. It was the mutual attraction between the strong. It was hard to say that a goat was mixed in the middle of a group of tigers. Smokey understood his thoughts the best. He didn't need to ask to explain. Your companions from the distant realms aren't doing too well. In the past few decades, a few more have passed away. Up until now, only Gong Xiaodai has succeeded in forming her gold core. There's still no hope for the others. At their age, you know. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was the normal ecology of the cultivation world. A nest of 10, and in the end, only 2 of them matured. To be honest, the ratio wasn't low. Yang Bo glared at him. Why didn't you return to Shenyuan after stabbing the sword? Why did you run to Sandstar, that damned place? If something really happened, you wouldn't be able to get help. I heard that you went to Weijian Mountain because you were dissatisfied with Chenxiu Peak? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Senior brother, I won't hide it from you. I've been dissatisfied since I came to Shenyuan. I'm a genius in cultivation, but I came to play with the sword. I'm in the wrong line of work. But everything will change. People will change because they will eventually grow. So will the sect, because what you see may only be the tip of the iceberg. Even if they were children, how could they not resent their parents when they were young? They hate them for not buying sweets for them. They hate them for frying meat with bamboo shoots whenever they make a mistake. So what? It doesn't change anything. It's just a process. You can walk past it with a smile. There's no need to explain. I was dissatisfied, but it's over. That's the price of growth. Beside him, Smoky Chang felt injustice for Lu Xiaoyi. She was such a person. When she left the sect, she was only divided into swordsmen and others. Inside the sect, it was her own people and others. She didn't need a reason to protect them, but she wasn't like Yang Bo, who was loyal to tradition. Why can't I have any complaints? In terms of effort, who did more than Little Yi when he built his foundation? In terms of heads, who killed more people than Little Yi? In terms of honor, who can shoulder the revival of the external sword like Little Yi? In terms of prestige, who can change Xuanyuan's history like Little Yi in Fish Leap? What did those old fellows at Thousand Xiu Peak give him? They didn't give him much resources. He lost the title of senior brother with great difficulty. He had to go to Sand Planet to form his gold core, and no one asked about him for 50 years. You know about these things, Yang Bo. If you were in his shoes, you might not be as calm as Little Yi. Yang Bo was speechless. He knew Smoky Chang was right, but he still believed that a dog wouldn't despise a poor family or an ugly mother. No matter what, it wasn't desirable to have a grudge against the sect. He was worried that this grudge would grow bigger and bigger until it became awkward for everyone to meet. Fortunately, Little Yi's answer satisfied him. This was the mentality of a mature cultivator, unlike Smoky Chang. He really didn't know how she succeeded in forming her gold core with such a mentality. However, Smoky Chang changed the topic. Little Yi, don't blame me for giving you a blow. Your methods when you were in Foundation Establishment made you invincible in Foundation Establishment, but it won't be so easy in Jindan. 4 Jindan cultivators, no matter if they are swordsmen, dharma, or body cultivators, almost all of them have power and unique skills. Your advantage in sword spirits will be limited. If you can form your nascent soul one day, Most Yuanying swordsmen will have sword spirits, and your strengths will be restricted even more. So, you have to change your mentality. Lu Xiaoyi nodded gently. This was the advice of a true friend. It was to let go of the glory he achieved in Foundation establishment and start afresh. Don't think that just because you were invincible in Foundation establishment, you will be invincible in Jindan. This kind of thinking will kill you. He didn't want to explain and just let the facts speak for themselves. The power of his flying sword was no longer comparable to Yu Yu's flying sword. This was not only a psychological advantage brought about by the increase in his cultivation level, but also many other things, such as the sword formation and the rapid growth of his sword spirit. Sword spirits were not necessarily stronger than Jindan sword spirits cultivated by Yuanying. Jindan sword spirits cultivated by Jindan sword spirits were stronger than Foundation establishment. As sword spirits, they were equally weak in the early stages of their birth and were in the same starting state. The only difference was that the higher the realm, the more effective the training methods they received, and the faster they grew. How could a Yuanying sword spirit's cultivation method be comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator? However, if everyone was at the same level, his sword spirit would have a few hundred years more cultivation time than other people's sword spirits. How could this gap be so easy to make up? Who else could give birth to a sword spirit in such a systematic way like him? Inertia, strength, concealment, spirit, stars, mystery, lightning, covering all aspects. If such an optimized combination were to form a combined force, it would be so terrifying that he didn't dare to imagine it. Just from the fact that during Heaven's Wrath, he was able to make Heaven's Wrath fly into a rage out of humiliation and use other things to vent its anger, the power of his sword was evident. However, now wasn't the time to show it. He still needed to polish his swordsmanship. There was still a lot of room for growth. When he really used his sword, it would be like he was Yu Yu's flying sword. Who could compete with him? Chapter 511. Old friends met again, and no one was left behind. This was something worth celebrating. 4 cups, and the seats were the same as the original team. In the end, joy outweighed worry. I see that senior martial brother is in high spirits, full of energy, and full of vigor. It seems that core formation is not only about the realm, but also the state of mind, sweeping away the decadence, Yang Bo said seriously. With a heavy responsibility on my shoulders, I have no choice but to pull myself together. After this core formation, the sect held a Jindan ceremony for me on Crow Peak. The excitement was unforgettable, and I felt that the heavy responsibility on my shoulders was not to be trifled with. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. Jindan ceremony? I'm also core formation, why don't I have one? Is there a difference in treatment? Yang Bo pursed her lips. She was Lu Xiaoyi's staunchest ally. Of course you don't. You're an outer sword, Xuanyuan's muscles are used to show off. They're inner swords, bones, and backbone. In the future, Xuanyuan's development will depend on their backbone. Who would hold a ceremony for you with your flowery body? Running to another sect to core formation, you're already lucky that they didn't punish you. The 3 of them were very familiar with each other. Some disputes between inner and outer swords were very common between them, and they became topics of mutual ridicule. Yang Bo acted like he was the boss, and he was covering for them. Even if Lu Xiaoyi's strength was extraordinary, in his eyes, it would eventually return to normal with the change of realm. The outer swords spared no effort to attack him. This was also the way they got along. Yang Bo smiled proudly. There are few inner swords, so it's easy to get together. The scale is about 100 people, but all the perfected masters and perfected sovereigns will participate. As for the atmosphere, hey, then how will the outer swords gather? There are thousands of Jindan, and usually there's at least one a year. If everyone has to hold a core formation ceremony, then you don't have to do anything else. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. Many people don't necessarily mean they're weak. Few people don't necessarily mean they're all elites. Yang Bo chimed in, that's right. When you inner swords were at Foundation establishment, weren't you all still beaten up by our little Yi? Now that it's Jindan, I think it's the same. Lu Xiaoyi expressed his agreement. Senior martial sister is right. Whenever he reached a higher realm, he would beat up a higher realm. Now, beat up Jindan, in the future, beat up Yuanying, and in the future, beat up True Lord. One day, I will make your Wen Guangfeng lineage hold a pill formation ceremony for me, and it will be the respectful kind. The three of them were laughing and joking, but none of them expected that their jokes could become reality. 2 hours later, the two of them said their goodbyes one after the other. They both understood that Lu Xiaoyi had a lot of things to take care of after forming his gold core. Cultivators weren't the kind of people who indulged themselves in excessive indulgence just because of a momentary reunion. To them, what was more important was the long term. Before he left, Yang Bo warned him seriously, "Little Yi, you have to be careful. The aftermath of you stabbing his sword into the ground wasn't completely over yet. After you left, we cleaned your butt for decades, but we still couldn't find the person responsible. I'm afraid that there are still a lot of people who are unwilling to give up. They know that your weakest period was when you first formed Jindan. The longer you delay, the smaller the possibility of revenge. Therefore, even if you want to go out and have fun, you have to wait until your cultivation strength is completely fixed. Don't go out too early. I don't want to have to protect you like last time." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. These were the words of an old man. He also didn't want to go out too early, and he didn't have anything urgent to do. The most urgent thing for him now was to set up his Jindan system, which included a lot of things, including cultivation methods, subsidies, swordsmanship, and many other aspects. Yang Bo, on the other hand, was talking about another matter. "Little Yi, if you have time, go to the Sword Qi Rushing Heaven Pavilion more often. Maybe you'll have a different feeling." Seeing the two of them leave, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It seemed that he couldn't hide his little thoughts from these people. Yang Bo both reminded him to pay attention to his relationship with the sect. This showed that there were some things that could be traced in the eyes of discerning people. This wasn't wrong. Thinking back, after Yu, he directly went to Weijian Mountain instead of the dome. It was hard to say that there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction towards the sect. But he didn't want to explain, just like how the sect didn't need to explain to him. A child, in the process of growing up, was accompanied by countless complaints. He complained that his snacks were controlled, that his playtime was limited, that his pocket money was never enough, that there were many rules, that there were too many things to learn, that his parents didn't help him up when he fell, that he didn't get the rewards he deserved even though he worked very hard. When he grew up and achieved something, he would look back at his childhood and feel a kind of care. It wasn't a care that floated on the surface. It was a care that parents would rather lose their instinct to spoil their children. They would rather make their children hate themselves than let their children understand the principles of survival and strength. Without these principles, their children would never be able to achieve anything. When a child understood all of this, and agreed with this principle, then he would use this method on his own child. This was inheritance. An inheritance that guaranteed the survival of a family. Would you still hate your own parents? Now that he had succeeded in forming his Azoth core, when he looked back at building his foundation 100 years later, with his lazy personality and his lofty ideals, without those halls sending him back and forth endlessly to push him into the whirlpool, without those suspicious gazes, without those deliberate deductions, without those intentional targeting, without these things arousing the rebellious thoughts in his heart. Would he have reached this step? The answer was obvious. Unlike Xuanyuan's rough appearance, when it came to cultivating disciples, their strategy was frighteningly meticulous. Some played the good cop, and some played the bad cop. There were countless methods, all for the sake of awakening their disciples' sword heart. At this point, he no longer dared to say that Shenyuan swordsmen were all ignorant people. These ignorant people were able to sit in the position of the three big shots in a place like the Five Rings with such fierce competition. How could they be so uncouth? A Tao tradition like the Supreme Three Pure Ones, under their foresight, also had courage. And the sword vein, amidst the bloodthirsty killing, also had finesse. To reach this step, how could the pillars of the sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years be simple? Only the immature little white giant infant would think that a good sect would always have candy to eat. There would always be elders who would meticulously care for them. One point of work, 2 points of profit. They would be coaxed and spoiled, and they would listen to whatever they wanted. They couldn't be wronged, and they couldn't be looked down upon. This kind of spoiled cultivator, after leaving, would only be death. Not to mention 10,000 years, a sect that cultivated talents like this wouldn't last for 1,000 years. These things, before forming his aurous core, he had only vaguely felt, but after forming his aurous core, he understood. In a bandit's lair, your nerves had to be as tough as old tree bark. Your body had to be resistant, your skin had to be tough, and your nerves had to be like steel bars. Otherwise, you could only be like those immature little wights. Before you were young, you were old. Before you succeeded, you failed. Before you bloomed, you wither. Chapter 512. Lu Xiaoyi once again arrived at the foot of the thousandfold peak. He had already lost count of the number of times he had been to this place, but his mood was different now. There was no impatience, no anticipation. It was just a normal day, as if he was just passing by and casually flipping through any books he liked. Every time he came, he would wander around the first few floors of the Bow Pavilion, but this time, he would step onto the 8th floor, the Red Turtle Pavilion. This was a pavilion that completely belonged to the Jindan. Regardless of martial arts or sword techniques, everything was in this pavilion. It could also be seen that the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the fewer things they could choose to learn. Even at the level of a true lord, there were very few things they could learn. As for the level of a half-immortal and above, it was completely up to them to figure things out on their own. There was no framework to speak of. Of course, this did not mean that one could disdain to learn things from other pavilions after reaching the Jindan Pavilion. There were many unorthodox things that Jindan swordsmen would often stop at. The Red Turtle Pavilion was completely covered by a spell formation. If one was not a Jindan cultivator or above, one would not be able to enter at all. There were also no cultivators who would purposely lead the way here. It was all based on one's own preferences, and there was no limit to the number of people who could enter. If one were to compare the path of a cultivator to a person's life, then the Jindan cultivators were already adults. They had the ability to choose, and knew what to do and what not to do. Lu Xiaoyi entered the pavilion using the talisman. At the same time, the spell formation automatically scanned his cultivation level. It was much stricter than the other bow pavilions of the foundation establishment stage. One could already come into contact with the real core of the sword vein here, and it was not a place that could be easily accessed. Even though Lu Xiaoyi did not see anyone monitoring him, he felt that there would definitely be. It was a bit like when he first entered the Bow Tower. But now, he was not as helpless as he was when he was young. After nearly 200 years of cultivation, he clearly knew what he needed. He could also see through the foundation of these skills and whether they were suitable for him or not. First was the cultivation method. There was nothing to hesitate about. When he built his foundation, he took the foundation building chapter of the Big Dipper scripture. Now, he took the entire Big Dipper scripture, including the Yuanying chapter and the Zhenjuan chapter. When a cultivator reached Jindan, their lifespan would increase by 400 to 600 years. The risk of entering and exiting places would no longer be comparable to that of a foundation building cultivator. Therefore, he took the entire Big Dipper scripture just in case he couldn't return to the mountain gate due to an accident, so he wouldn't stop learning. Needless to say, the main cultivation method was still the Big Dipper scripture. However, when cultivators reached the Jindan realm, a portion of outstanding cultivators would choose the second cultivation method. This was very beneficial to a cultivator's future cultivation and battle. It was beneficial for broadening one's horizons and enriching one's battle tactics. Lu Xiaoyi also had such thoughts. However, this required him to consolidate his realm and find a suitable opportunity. Regarding the escape technique, the star escape technique did not require him to learn any new techniques. This was in fact an infinite escape technique. It only depended on the cultivator's comprehension of the number of stars in the universe. There was once a rumor that if a cultivator could comprehend more than half of the main stars in the universe, he could even complete teleportation within the boundaries of the universe, as long as his body could withstand it. Of course, to achieve this, one could only do so after becoming a Zhenjuan. Firstly, the body's mana, and secondly, the brain's capacity. Billions of stars had to be engraved in his mind to form a star chart that resonated with reality. His current small brain could not hold it all. However, he still chose the second escape technique, the 5 elements escape technique. This was because this was the guarantee that a cultivator would not be at a disadvantage when using the escape technique in a special environment. When a cultivator was in water, rock, fire, or any other special environment, even the astral evasive art would be greatly restricted. The most suitable place for the star escape technique was the void of the universe. It was also the main stage for future cultivators when they reached the level of yuaniing. However, no one could guarantee that they would not be forced into a special environment at a certain time and place. This was the value of the 5 elements escape technique. Physical techniques were not his weak point, but it was also far from his strong point. Under normal circumstances, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of physical contact, but he had never taken advantage of others physically. At the cliff of fish leaping, this situation was very obvious. He had also thought about whether he should change to a physical technique that was more beneficial for battle. In the cultivation world, there were countless superior physical techniques. For example, the Zi-Wei celestial body could only be said to be a superior balanced physical technique. It was unlike some physical techniques that had unique superpowers in certain aspects and could even produce supernatural powers. It could form a more three-dimensional, more comprehensive, and more sudden attack ability. In the Red Turtle Tower, there were also a few physical techniques with strong combat abilities. For example, the 9 transformation technique. Every transformation had a chance to obtain a supernatural power. In the end, he rejected this change and continued with the star body technique. In his judgment, the Zi-Wei celestial body did not only give him pure physical strength, but it was also the cornerstone of the entire star system. The advancement of his main technique, the cultivation of his spiritual power, and even the characteristics of the Jindan were all closely related to the star system. The most important thing for a cultivator's cultivation was the system. It was not to find some techniques that were unique in all aspects and randomly pile them together. If it was done this way, the various techniques of different systems would only affect each other and would not be able to display their own characteristics. It would even cause an irreversible impact on the direction of the cultivator's cultivation. It was not like his current system, which was a perfect fusion of water and milk, which could achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2 in every direction. For this reason, he chose the advanced version of the Zi-Wei celestial body. The 7 stars shine together. In the future, if he was lucky enough to reach the nascent soul stage, there would be an even higher version, the North Star Arch, an even higher version, the Big Dipper Schiff. He hoped that this would become the cornerstone of his entire cultivation system. As for the subsidies, he only chose 3: shape-shifting, unexpected problems, and diabolo. Shape-shifting was not a transformation technique, such as 36 changes, 72 changes, and so on. After considering that the cultivator had reached the Jindan, his ability to create enchantments would greatly increase. In battle, in addition to using the flying sword to cut a way out, he would also need a way to escape in an instant. Shape-shifting was the main technique, which was used in conjunction with the flying sword to escape. As long as the flying sword could pass through, the cultivator could also use shape-shifting to escape. Unexpected problems was another close combat technique, which had the huge effect of teleportation in battle. Not only could it be used to get close to the opponent, but it could also be used to instantly adjust the battle situation of both sides. Therefore, the heavenly sword ruler alone was not enough, and it was easy to be targeted like in the fish leap. Unexpected problems was another method, which was completely different. It complemented the heavenly sword ruler to form a system. For a swordsman, if he wanted to achieve the tactical characteristics of sword manipulation, he would never complain about having too many escape techniques and body movements. The guiding of the stars was the basic, but he still needed to add some special methods to achieve the true power of sword manipulation. Diabolo was a technique similar to death substitution, but it was different from the talisman used by a spell cultivator. Swordsmen were more used to using a sword as a substitute. The prerequisite was that he had to first cultivate a flying sword as a substitute. The requirements were quite high, and it was something that could only be cultivated after at least 10 years. However, the advantage was that it was not a one-time consumable, but could be accompanied by the growth of the cultivator. There were always accidents, so he had to be careful. Chapter 5:13. The 3 subsidies could not possibly be all he had, but there was no need to rush. In the future, after he had consolidated everything and had a better understanding of the characteristics of his own aurous core, he could come back at any time. He did not limit himself to the pill turtle tower. In fact, there were many techniques in the foundation establishment tower that could be used in the aurous core stage. Techniques, escape techniques, body techniques, subsidies, these were simpler and easier to solve. The problem was sword techniques. This was also the only thing that Lu Xiaoyi could rely on in the cultivation world. Compared to other beginner swordsman Jin Dan, it was undoubtedly more difficult for him. Because he already had his own mature system, it was impossible for him to abandon the 7 sword spirits and start anew. Therefore, everything had to be done based on the sword spirit. In the case of support, because they both did not have sword spirits, apart from the cultivation and mental strength, the biggest difference between a Jin Dan swordsman and a foundation establishment cultivator was in the sword formations engraved on their flying swords. Most foundation establishment swordsmen could only stop at the 9th, 10th, and 11th level. If a Jin Dan swordsman's flying sword was fully formed, it would be at least at the 39th level of the sword formation. Above that, it would be slightly floating. The most powerful Jin Dan swordsman could engrave sword formations up to the 49th level. That was basically the most powerful flying sword. Unfortunately, this rule was not applicable to Lu Xiaoyi. When he was at the fish leaping cliff, the power of his sword had already reached the peak of the 5-ring foundation establishment stage. Taking into account the 50 years on Sandstar, it could be said that his strongest fighting strength during the foundation establishment stage had not been displayed in the 5-ring foundation establishment stage. This was because he had long left the 5-ring foundation. If he had not been at Sandstar and stayed at the Dome, those cultivators who came to seek revenge would have been killed in one strike. Unfortunately, no one knew how fast the sword was. However, this was also good. Being too abnormal was not a good thing. Before Sandstar formed his gold core, the strongest 4 seasons sword spirit had already passed the 70th level in the Bolang slope. At the same time, the sword formations engraved on the flying swords had also passed the 30th level, and this was only because Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation, spiritual power, and mental power could no longer support it, so he had to stop. Now that he had formed his Azoth core, the growth of his spiritual power and spirit had improved qualitatively. It was completely within his expectations. As long as he focused on this aspect and prepared the materials, it would be a piece of cake for him to inscribe 40 layers of sword formations. Zhu Cheng was about the same, so, in his opinion, instead of learning new sword techniques to replace old sword techniques, it was better for him to work on these old sword technique. Of course, this did not mean that Jin Dan's level of swordsmanship was meaningless. It was meaningful, and it was very meaningful. For example, if the Ju City sword spirit focused on strength, he could easily find a similar high-grade sword technique or high-grade sword array among the Jin Dan level sword techniques. If he learned it, he could also let the Ju City sword spirit learn it. After learning it, they could completely upgrade the original strength sword array. They could even start from scratch with a new sword formation engraving method and new precious materials of the 5 elements. The Ju City sword spirit was already very strong now. Spending a month or so to reconstruct a brand new flying sword was not a difficult matter. Using the same logic, he had always been dissatisfied with the use of hidden fragrance. He had also made a flying sword for sneak attacks, but it was a pity that it did not produce a sword spirit. Now that he had formed his Azoth core, why not use the hidden fragrance sword spirit to see if there were any sword techniques that could improve his sneak attacks? This was the real way for him to learn Jin Dan's sword techniques. This method could ensure that his flying sword would never fall behind, and would always be able to keep up with the rhythm of the realm. As long as the sword spirit was strong enough, learning other things and engraving new sword formations was not a difficult matter. Of course, He had to learn new sword techniques. Some basic things had to be prepared in advance. For example, the 5 elements sword embryos. He had to start laying the foundation. The 10 days he spent in Daneo Lu were basically spent on sword techniques. He had gained a lot. Dark God Sword. This was a type of sneak attack sword at the level of Jindan. Its unique point was that it could escape the detection of the opponent's divine sense. The mechanism was to use special materials to absorb divine sense and engrave divine sense into the flying sword to achieve the goal of making the opponent's divine sense unable to detect it from a distance. Of course, the so-called invisibility had a distance limit. The core was that it did not reflect, or at least reflected very little. This point was very similar to the radar waves in his previous life. This also sparked his interest. For example, there were many ways to achieve invisibility in the flying objects in his previous life. Other than materials and storage space, there was another important factor, the outer appearance. He could give these things to Hidden Fragrance, and let him and Hidden Fragrance research and see what kind of level they could reach. Qianjun Sword. This was a pure strength-type sword technique. It was the pinnacle of strength for Jindan. His future goal was to let Ju City remodel himself to achieve the pinnacle of strength. Thunder Sword. This had nothing to do with thunder. It was to describe the speed of the sword. Of course, it was the direction of the 4 seasons. Speed was always the most important factor of a flying sword. This was a direction that would never end. Thunder Sword. This was the true thunder sword technique. Although the navy was the thunder sword spirit, the flying sword itself was the foundation of a water-type sword formation. It needed to be improved. The other 3 flying swords had their own reasons, and there was no way to improve them for now. For example, the Big Dipper flying sword was destined to be Lu Xiaoyi's strongest flying sword in the future. It was improving very quickly, and had already passed the 50th level on Bolang Slope. It did not need to be changed, because its power came from the stars in the universe. One could imagine, when he went to the void of the universe in the future, which flying sword would be more powerful than it. The Wu God was a difficult problem because it did not have a flying sword body yet. He had been delaying this problem, but after forming his core, he did not want to delay it any longer. Whether the sword spirit was willing or not, he had to find a suitable sword embryo. This required time, whether it was the choice of sword technique or sword embryo, or the Wu God sword spirit itself. Luck severing was another situation. Because it was born in the space of the peacock plume and relied on the ball of luck in his mind, there was no way to find a suitable sword technique for it. It could only be tied tightly to luck. This was not something he could solve at his current level. However, luck was a very mysterious thing. It did not rely on engraving sword formations to improve it. As for mysteriousness, it took a different path. He already had the fire element sword technique of the 5 elements. He only needed to find one sword technique of each of the 4 elements: metal, wood, water, and earth. Once he had gathered all the sword embryos, he could engrave sword formations and wait for living creatures to appear at any time. The 5 elements were the foundation. Whether it was a swordsman or a dharma cultivator, if a cultivator did not know the 5 elements, he would not be complete. The path forward would be narrower and narrower. Even if you could not master all the 5 elements, being familiar with 1 or 2 of them was the minimum requirement. Lastly, of course, he could not forget the Big Dipper formation. When others learned the Big Dipper formation, they first learned the formation, and then slowly understood the Big Dipper through the formation. He first understood the Big Dipper, and then engraved this understanding on the Jindan, and then learned the Big Dipper formation. The difference was huge. Understanding the essence first, and then learning the surface of the sword formation was a piece of cake. Chapter 514. Lu Xiaoyi left Daneo Lu without any reluctance. He still had to make a trip to Fan Lu. With his current status as a Jindan, he no longer needed to beg anyone. A Jindan had the right to choose between internal and external sword techniques. On the top floor of Daneo Lu, 2 cultivators could be vaguely seen, one in front and one behind, one master and one subordinate. Jiyu Dong was somewhat worried. Isn't he a bit too greedy? A total of 9 sword techniques. Even the boldest and most reckless cultivator wouldn't choose like this. Not to mention resources. The sect can provide resources freely, but there isn't enough time. Jin Dan has just formed and should focus on consolidating it. It's not good to be overly obsessed with sword techniques. But Daoist Rui saw it clearly. It's not greedy. The 5 elements are the foundation. When he was in foundation establishment, he didn't dabble in the 5 elements. Now that he's a Jin Dan, he must choose the 5 element. As for the other sword techniques, I think they're all related to his previous sword techniques. They can't be considered as recultivation. I'm afraid they can only be considered as strengthening. Jiyu Dong, you don't have a sword spirit. You don't know that once a swordsman has a sword spirit, all his choices will revolve around the sword spirit. He won't easily learn new sword techniques. Jiyu Dong nodded in acknowledgement. He was a bit embarrassed. He, an old Jin Dan, didn't have a sword spirit, but this kid had at least 3 or 4. Talent in certain aspects really made people despair. When this kid stabilized his realm, it was easy to imagine that old Jin Dan without a sword spirit like them would have a hard time fighting him. In the Great River, the new generation would replace the old. This had always been the iron law of cultivation. However, the new generation pushed on too quickly. Before the old generation could be seen clearly, they had already died on the beach. It was really depressing and difficult to calm down. Daoist Rui laughed. Feeling the pressure? Nervous? Actually, you don't need to be like this. This is already a done deal for you. Since it's already happened, what's the point of being depressed? The ones feeling the pressure are the Taoists, including me. Jiyu Dong was unconvinced. He's still far from martial uncle. Such a judgment will only make him proud. There's no benefit. Daoist Rui sneered. In our Shenyuan, there was once a person like this in the inner sword. He didn't abide by the rules, wasn't popular, wasn't obedient, and had bad habits. He caused countless troubles. Do you know how the inner sword is made? They had been holding on. In the end, he carried him up to the celestial court, and the sword moved out of the celestial court. What the inner sword can do, the outer sword can do as well. In these 10,000 years, the sword Qi soaring heaven pavilion had been holding on. Every generation, every time there was someone who stood out, the soaring heaven pavilion would support them. That includes me in the past. We have endured for tens of thousands of years, and at least 100 external swords have benefited from this process. However, we have not achieved the same level as the internal swords. Everyone, including me, gradually returned to normal. Shouldn't it be done? No. It was because the time wasn't right, it was because the luck wasn't there yet. But as long as we keep doing this, there will definitely be a day when we succeed. There will be a new force to be reckoned with. Xuanyuan's external sword has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. It's our turn now. Seeing the constipated expression on Jiyu Dong's face, Daoist Rui laughed. I know that the lower halls can't do anything to him. It doesn't matter. Let our soaring heaven pavilion be the villain. If a sword is not sharpened, it will not be fast. If a jade is not carved, it will not become a treasure. In the future, if Jin Dan wants to do evil things, he will be the first to be considered. The reason is very simple. Isn't there a rumor outside that the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's managers are prejudiced against him? Good, we can take advantage of this situation and retaliate. Add on the burden. Don't let him be idle. From what I know, this brat is a bit lazy. This won't do. Jiyu Dong sighed. Martial uncle, is this okay? Daoist Rui glared. What, are you afraid? Afraid of offending people? Jiyu Dong straightened his neck. For Shenyuan, for the external swords, I, Jiyu Dong, have nothing to be afraid of. Even if he can become an immortal in the future, I still dare to train him like a dog. I'm just thinking, if we move too frequently, will there be any accidents? After all, he's a bigger target. Daoist Rui waved his hand. Accidents? Who doesn't have accidents? You can have accidents too. I have too. Outside of the void, there are accidents every day. When my elders trained me in the fifth ring, they didn't think about accidents. He can forget about it too. Xuanyuan's support is not only in terms of resources, but also in terms of danger. If he can break through, he will have his own world. He can at least reach my level, right? If he can't break through, then that's the end of the swordsman. There's nothing to feel pity about. Ji Yudong nodded, then, give him 10 years first. Daoist Rui turned and left. 20 years. You can start again after 20 years. But don't think about being idle in these 20 years. I'm building a 5-element sword pagoda in the Great Tools Hall these days. I'm lacking some suitable manpower. Tell him to come to the Great Tools Hall for 4 hours every day to be a helper. After Daoist Rui left, Ji Yudong sighed. It's still the elders and martial uncles who are farsighted. They nurtured their disciples differently. The 5 elements sword pagoda wasn't something created by the external sword sect. It was a large-scale weapon blueprint sent by Xuanyuan's ally, the perishing orthodoxy. It was specially set up for the defense of important places. Of course, there was no need for it in the dome. With so many swordsmen around, who would set up such a non-living thing for defense? However, the design of this thing was indeed ingenious. It came from the hands of an expert from the perishing orthodoxy. Their understanding of the 5 elements was original and unique. It wasn't used in the dome, but it could be used in some of Xuanyuan's side palaces, allies, and even some bases outside the domain. Normally, only the external sword sect would accept it. The internal sword sect wouldn't accept it because it was impossible to arrange a sword pill in the sword pagoda. It was even more impossible to hide a few swordsmen in it. It was an automatic device. Only the external sword sect could arrange flying swords in it. To do this, one would need to be at least a Daoist master. They would need to be proficient in the 5 elements, rich in battle experience, and dabble in weapon manufacturing. It wasn't something an ordinary Daoist master could do. Daoist Rui was in charge of the daily affairs of the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. In his free time, he had enough ability and interest in this aspect. Therefore, he took over the construction of the 5-element sword pagoda. He could come and go freely in the Rushing Heaven Pavilion. No one would restrict him. The few Monarch Pavilion masters had already gone somewhere to hide. Therefore, he had plenty of time. He didn't want to make a lot of these 5-element sword pagoda. His main goal was to set a precedent. He wanted to combine the theories of the perishing orthodoxy with the practice of the sword vein. He wanted to make a prototype while he was experimenting. When he had the experience, he would pass it on to others and let them make it themselves. This kind of process required the help of some cultivators. At Daoist Rui's level, the only one who could help him was Jin Dan. This wasn't a chore. Who had the qualifications to observe Daoist Master Yuanying's 5-elements sword Dao from a close distance? From what he knew, the 2 Jin Dan who were going to help were both powerful figures in the 1000 Virtues Peaks external sword Jin Dan group. Youth, potential, and comprehension. None of them weren't the best. This Lu Xiaoyi had such an opportunity. It was also a blessing. It was Daoist Rui's special nurturing. As for him, he could only be the bad guy. Being the bad guy was also helping Shen Yuan. He didn't reject it. Chapter 5:15. As Lu Xiaoyi began his consolidation and cultivation, he immediately discovered that cultivating in seclusion wasn't as leisurely as he'd imagined. Cultivation techniques were the foundation, so familiarizing himself with the Jindan chapter of the Big Dipper scripture was the most important. This was a process that required at least 10 years of meticulous polishing. Escape techniques and body techniques were all subsidized. Most importantly, there were also 8 sword techniques, sword embryos, and materials, as well as a consensus with the sword spirit. This was within his expectations, but there were also some unexpected things. He would participate in the construction of Daoist Rui's 5-element sword pagoda. He was no longer the petty little foundation establishment cultivator who often threw tantrums. After nearly 200 years of cultivation and successfully forming his gold core, his state of mind was even more mature, and he was even more of a swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that this was the condition that Daoist Rui had specially created for him after knowing that he'd chosen the 5-element sword technique. This wasn't just a job, it was also a rare opportunity. If he hadn't performed exceptionally well in foundation establishment, this kind of odd job wouldn't have been given to him. Countless senior martial brothers were waiting for him. The key point was that he also needed this kind of opportunity. As early as 100 years ago, he'd realized that he needed to have some achievements in the 5 elements, regardless of whether he was willing or not. This was a process that every cultivator had to go through, regardless of whether they were swordsmen or magic cultivators. The 5 elements and yin and yang were the cornerstones of all magic. Cultivation, battle, and all kinds of special fields couldn't be separated from this cornerstone. Cultivators could ultimately not focus on the 5 elements and yin and yang as their main cultivation direction, but they had to have a basic understanding. This was something that couldn't be avoided. At that time, he'd made 2 flying swords with 2 attributes, fire and water army. In the end, after several decades, if it weren't for the water army being struck by lightning sword spirits due to a freak combination of factors, he probably wouldn't have been able to produce anything. He knew why this was. It was because of his lack of understanding of the 5 elements. On the second day after receiving the notice from the Soaring Heaven Pavilion, he arrived at the Great Artifact Hall. This was the place where Xuanyuan's internal and external swords were made. Perhaps this scale was a bit pitiful in front of a Dharma vein, but in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, it was all-inclusive. It was his first time coming to this place, so he couldn't help but be curious and look around. Although Shenyuan was the sword vein, it was still necessary to make some basic tools, such as talismans, pills, and arrays, as well as flying boats and floating rafts. This was a bit like the world of his previous world. No matter how bad the technology, as a national industry, a lot of things had to be maintained. It was the same principle. One couldn't just stop making talismans because they weren't as good as the 3 pure ones. They couldn't stop making pills if they weren't as good as the supreme purity pills. The most basic consumption still came from their own sect's production. It was just that they were lacking a lot in terms of high quality. This was very difficult to catch up. It wasn't something that a few alchemy geniuses and talisman masters could solve. There was a deeper reason here, and it was also the foundation of an orthodox Taoist sect. Reverend Rui's request was for the Jindan disciples to come and listen to him for 4 hours in the afternoon. This was also the time when most cultivators could spare some free time. They avoided the day and night, as well as the morning. It was the best time to practice swords after nightfall. Reverend Rui wasn't a professional toolmaker, so it was impossible for him to make tools here 24 hours a day. It could only be said to be an attempt on his interest. It was a way to adjust his state of mind, just like how mortals raised flowers and grass, or teased cats and dogs. Lu Xiaoyi lacked this kind of leisure, and he also lacked this kind of hobby. This couldn't be blamed on him. He was ordered around like a dog, so how could he be free and easy? However, after he formed his Azoth core, this situation should change, right? The Hall of Great Tools was very big, and it occupied a very wide area. After politely inquiring about the location of Reverend Rui's workshop, he quickly walked on the ground like the others. On the surface, it seemed that most of the people who were hurriedly passing by were foundation establishment cultivators, but they were just like him, doing odd jobs. To be able to have their own workshop in the Hall of Great Tools, they were at least in the realm of Jindan. Most of them were immortals or even supremes, so it wasn't good to make a ruckus and be rude. He came a little early. After he entered with the sword talisman, he found that the workshop was empty. Cultivators had a very precise concept of time, and punctuality was a virtue. Being late was of course extremely impolite, but there was no meaning in being early. In the mortal world, there was no such thing as I came an hour early to clean up, boil water, and make tea. The most perfect timing was to arrive before the High Master. Because it was Lu Xiaoyi's first day here, he came a little early. In the future, he would also arrive on time. This was the concept of time in cultivation. If you came too early to show your sincerity, how would the other disciples feel? The small details of the operation were also cultivation. In the huge courtyard of the workshop, There was only the embryonic form of the foundation, and he couldn't see the end of it. Lu Xiaoyi didn't look around, he just found a corner and sat quietly, waiting with rapt attention. Not long after, two Jindan senior martial brothers entered the workshop. One was Time, the other was Guanglan. They were both Jindan experts who had been immersed in the Jindan realm for at least 100 years. According to Shenyuan swordsman's generation, above Yang was Guang, then Yu was Yu, then Ji Yu was Ji Yu. In terms of age, these two senior martial brothers were 100% geniuses. They formed their Azoth core before they were 50 years old. They couldn't be compared to Lu Xiaoyi, who was almost 200 years old and barely formed his Azoth core. This was the difference between cultivation-type cultivators and battle-type cultivators. In terms of the Great Tao, cultivation-type cultivators were the ones who pursued the Great Tao. From this, it could be seen what kind of state the Hall Masters of the Jiyu generation were in. Their potential had been exhausted, and they could only teach, educate, and manage daily life. There was no distinction between swordsmen, but there was a faint hierarchy. Most of them worked hard for the sword vein's foundation, while a small portion became the blades of the sword vein. Each had their own division of labor. Lu Xiaoyi had come into contact with the Jiyu generation before, so he was now in contact with the sharpest swordsman of Thousand Virtues Peak. Before he formed his Azoth core, he didn't have any interactions with this group. They were all Jindan figures, so who would pay attention to their foundation establishment past? They didn't look up to each other for a long time, but they also didn't alienate each other. Each of them persevered on their own path, their own rhythm. This was also the reason why they were able to reach their current level. If they looked at others and compared themselves to others every day, they wouldn't be able to cultivate their Tao. After the three of them met and introduced themselves, Lu Xiaoyi found out that these two senior martial brothers were actually the same as him, coming to this place for the first time. He continued to wait until a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 3 jade slips were tossed out, and Daoist Rui said indifferently, "The 5-element sword pagoda wasn't built by me alone, but by the 4 of us. I'll outline the outline, and the 4 of you will fill in the gaps. I know that all of you don't care about external objects and are unfamiliar with the crafting of artifacts, but is there anything in this world that can be done innately? You have to be familiar with it, and you have to do it yourself. My master once told me that cultivators shouldn't always treat cultivation as an empty great Tao. In true cultivation, the ability to use one's hands is as important as the ability to use one's brain. Hands can be divided into battles and other things, including the refinement of pills and the crafting of artifacts. Don't think that these are unrelated to battle. In the process of doing things, you will be able to comprehend many truths that you can't touch in battle. For example, physics, nature. The jade slips contain the structure and mechanism of the 5-element sword pagoda. Study it well. 3 days later, I want everyone to submit their own opinions. Do you want to know why? Because I don't know how to make this thing. Lu Xiaoyi took a deep breath. This was a familiar feeling. The learning had begun. Chapter 5:16. Walking out of the Great Tools Hall, the 3 of them didn't expect the first day to be so fast. They smiled wryly at each other and went their separate ways. Lu Xiaoyi still had too many things to do. He had countless clues, but first, he had a piece of information he had to find out. He went straight to the Sword Aura Soaring Heaven Pavilion. With his current realm, he could enter and exit this place as he pleased. Of course, this was only limited to the general areas. Some of the core secret rooms weren't open to him. This was already much better than when he was in the foundation building realm. Because of the huge number of people, foundation building cultivators weren't allowed to enter this place unless they were summoned. He wasn't familiar with this place and didn't know who to look for. He also didn't know anything about the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's functions and the authority a Jindan like him could provide. But at the very least, he had to give it a try. When he saw a senior martial brother Jindan, he asked, "Senior martial brother, I want to know what the conditions are if I want to contact a sect in the outer region and use this place's transportation system." That senior martial brother Jindan was very polite. "Official business? Personal business? Lu Xiaoyi didn't hide it. Personal business? That Jin Dan nodded. He guessed this was the case. This new Jin Dan wanted to contact his family and friends in the outer region. In the sect, this was explicitly forbidden. Shenyuan has a rule that public tools can't be used for private purposes. I see that junior martial brother hasn't formed your gold core for long, so you should go into closed-door meditation to consolidate your foundation. You shouldn't be reluctant to leave. After 10 or 20 years, you'll have consolidated your cultivation base. It won't be difficult for you to fly there yourself. Why must you use the sect's transportation system? Lu Xiaoyi was silent. He naturally wouldn't tell him the reason. There were some things he wanted to know now. That cultivator tried to persuade him again. Thousandfold Peak's management has always been strict. If junior martial brother must do this, why don't you go to Wangguang Peak and try? They won't care. It wasn't that they didn't care, but they were more daring and more lawless. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat helpless. In terms of essence, qi, and spirit, the outer sword's temperament was much worse than the inner sword's. This wasn't something one or two people could correct. Just as he was about to leave, an old cultivator came out from the back. It was Jiyu Dong. Old cultivators with some status in the Rising Heaven Pavilion were different from ordinary Golden Core cultivators. He frowned. What's the commotion? Is the Soaring Heaven Pavilion a place where you can act presumptuously? Senior brother Jin Dan hastily walked over and whispered to Jiyu Dong, thinking that this senior brother of Rising Heaven Pavilion would definitely support him, but he did not expect Jiyu Dong to frown and say something completely different. Send a message? Is it the Kuan Dao Li realm? Fine, cigarette butt, you've contributed quite a bit to my Thousand Elegance Peak. I can make an exception for you, but only this once. You don't need me to tell you the reason. Lu Xiaoyi was also very puzzled. Why did this senior brother suddenly change his personality? However, if he could solve the problem at Thousand Grace Peak, it would be best not to go to Wangguang Peak. It would be bad for his reputation, and it would be easy for others to gossip about him. He was no longer that indifferent little foundation-building cultivator. Under the surprised gaze of the senior martial brother of the Jindan stage, Jiyu Dong led Lu Xiaoyi to a nameless hall that he was not qualified to enter yet. After fiddling with the magic circle in the middle, Jiyu Dong explained, after tinkering with the formation, Jiyu Dong explained, carve your divine sense onto the formation wall, and the formation will automatically send a message to the destination. I've already set the location for you. It's the Kuan Dao Li realm. Be careful, don't speak too much. It's not a matter of resources, it's a matter of confidentiality. Finished speaking, he turned around and closed his divine sense. This was the attitude of not prying into other people's secrets, but this place could not be separated from the person in charge, so it was like this. For the first time, Lu Xiaoyi felt a trace of respect for this strict, old-fashioned, and perverted senior brother. This kind of person might be very annoying in some aspects, but in other aspects, he was also worthy of trust. His message was very simple. The words store the Kuan Dao Han Yang. I finished eating the candied hawthorn, can I go get it? These short words instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared inexplicably, taking away a trace of his concern. Can I go get it? He was referring to the fact that he had already formed his gold core and could fulfill his promise. At the same time, he was also asking, are you ready? As for Han Yang, if he insisted that there was something unforgettable between them, that would obviously be deceiving himself and others. Speaking of past and present lives, they obviously hadn't reached that kind of realm. It was about love, not about etiquette. This was the true portrayal of the relationship between the two of them. It was very difficult to talk about the relationship between them in detail. It was destined that they might be entangled for a lifetime, but they were also destined to spend less time together and more time apart. But what was certain was that there was always a line that connected them together. This wasn't purely love, but something that belonged to cultivators. They wouldn't become each other's burden. When they were separated, they were independent individuals, each with their own lives. In the cultivation world, this kind of relationship wasn't rare, just like Yang Bo and his wife from the Gaoshan tribe. This kind of relationship couldn't be looked at through the eyes of the secular world. It could be described as a lifetime, growing old together, being inseparable like glue, to describe the love between a cultivator's man and woman. When mortals became cultivators, they were no longer mortals. They had already abandoned those outdated concepts, so-called loyalty, and so-called responsibility. This was a higher level of affection, because for cultivators, their only pursuit was cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi just wanted to fulfill his promise to her, but he wouldn't rush over to reunite with her after knowing that Han Yang had formed her gold core. Even the wise among mortals could control the impulses of their lower body, let alone a cultivator like him. Moreover, he had a premonition that after he sent out the message, he was afraid that the answer he received wouldn't be satisfactory. After waiting for a while, he thought that there might not be a reply immediately. This was a private matter, and it was impossible for Kuan Dao to leave the realm, so there was no need for an immediate response. Thus, he turned to face Jiyu Dong. "Thank you for your help, Senior Marshal Brother. I'm relieved now that this matter has been resolved. If there is a reply, I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother to pass it on." Jiyu Dong nodded. When the two of them reached the entrance of the hall, there was a faint fluctuation of a formation behind them. Jiyu Dong snorted. "It seems that I don't need to pass it on." A line of words clearly appeared on the formation wall. "Han Yang has left the fifth ring. Her whereabouts are unknown. This is a special message for you, don't worry." In addition, whenever fellow Daoist Yang comes to Botingting, everyone in Kuan Dao will cook candied horse for you. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi pondering there, Jiyu Dong was very dissatisfied. He felt that he needed to remind this junior, cultivators should prioritize their own cultivation. Don't touch these matters of love. You've cultivated for 200 years, yet you still can't control your own body. Lu Xiaoyi speechlessly glanced at this old bachelor. He was very clear that this kind of thing couldn't be explained to him. He didn't argue, bowed, and floated away. He didn't want to think about whether or not there was a big conspiracy behind Han Yang's departure. That was too heavy. They had promised each other that they wouldn't be a burden to each other. This was the life of a cultivator. They could be together, but they didn't affect each other. They used a kind of faint yearning to maintain it. It was precisely because it was faint that it didn't exert force. It wouldn't be used by others. Chapter 5:17. There are 4 realms of swordsmanship: thunderous sword chi, brilliant sword heart, sword light division, and sword intent formation. These are the realms of swordsmanship passed down from Emperor Shenyuan. It can only be understood. It can only be passed down by word of mouth among cultivators and not in ancient books. Thunderous sword chi, its speed is like sound. The sword is like lightning, and the sound of thunder vibrates. When facing an enemy, it can shock the enemy's mind, confuse the enemy's body, and disturb the enemy's form. It is a milestone in the speed of flying swords. Below Yuanying, without thunderous sound, it can't be said to have powerful battle prowess. In a confrontation with Dharma meridians, it will lose its attack speed. Apart from creating the 5-element sword pagoda, Daoist Rui changed from his usual stingy self. He would often talk to his 3 disciples about the strange happenings in the cultivation world, the evaluation of martial arts, and the gains and losses of swordsmanship. These little secrets from his mouth were not something that could be found on the market. These were real things that could only be known after reaching a certain realm. It was extremely important for broadening a cultivator's horizons. The 5 elements sword pagoda was not in a hurry. Moreover, the 3 disciples' understanding of the 5 elements was limited, especially Lu Xiaoyi. Therefore, their ideas were basically meaningless to the creation of the sword pagoda. However, Daoist Rui did not mind. He did not speak of his own ideas. He only asked them to read this book today and read another ancient book tomorrow. How was this building a pagoda? It was simply guiding them into the basics of the 5 element. In his free time, he would chat about the vast sea and sky. However, his idle chatter fascinated the 3 Jindan. This was much more interesting than the lectures of a so-called master. How could a big pot of rice be compared to a small stove? The three of them still had a long way to go in the 5 elements. However, the path of swordsmanship was right in front of them. Therefore, they listened with great interest. Some things that were originally vague gradually became clear under Daoist Rui's meticulous explanation. Therefore, they asked, "Martial uncle, disciple has a speed-type flying sword. Relying on the speed of the sword formation and the sword spirit, I can barely reach the state of thunderous sword chi. Then, is this considered to have passed this realm?" Daoist Rui nodded. "Good question. Your current state can only be said to have touched the edge of thunderous sword chi, but it can't be said to have completely reached the level of thunderous sword chi. This is because your speed is achieved by the accumulation of the sword formation and other things. If you change to a flying sword, it will not have such an effect. It was incomplete." The true realm of sword chi thunderclap is when any flying sword, even if it is a new flying sword, as long as it is in the hands of a cultivator, it will be able to produce the effect of sword chi thunderclap. This is perfection. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in acknowledgement. Daoist Rui continued, "Brightly lit sword heart. It referred to a state. A person in this state had clear ears and eyes, untainted by filth and evil. Even if the sky collapsed in front of him, not a speck of dust would rise. His sword heart was clear and bright. Especially when facing enemies, his perception is sharp, his judgment is intuition, he uses his heart to control his sword, he does not doubt external objects, he fights for a single line, his sword comes out naturally. For a swordsman who had reached this realm, the sword was the man, and the man was the sword. Even if he only used half of his strength, he would still be able to unleash 70% of his power. This was why the old man called it the heart of the sword. There is no standard to judge this realm. It depends on the person. If you feel that you have achieved it, then you have achieved it. Gains and losses exist in a single thought. We mentioned this saying to remind a swordsman that he must pay attention to the cultivation of his own mental state. He must have a temperament that does not change even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. He must have the temperament of disregarding life and death and not be affected by external changes. If he can achieve this, then he is the heart of the sword. The three of them reflected on each other, but it was useless. This thing was not something they could judge. It was too vague and fleeting. Daoist Rui smiled. Sword intent forming force. This is the easiest of the 4 realms. Even the current outstanding foundation establishment cultivators often comprehend it. But in the distant past, comprehending force was very difficult. It completely depended on a cultivator's flash of inspiration and the gift of heaven's will. Now, all kinds of methods, objects with force, environments with force. While spreading force, it also lowers the level of force. So you must pay attention. Those so-called forces of yours, are they real forces? Or are they fake? Although there isn't a precise division here, but the force of the ancient cultivators was truly earth-shattering. In terms of battle, once the force is released, the power is usually 5 times stronger. If your force doesn't reach this standard, then it must be incomplete. It must be incomplete. The three of them looked at each other. To be honest, if it was based on the 5 times standard, none of them could achieve it. He was not sure about the other 2 senior martial brothers, but for Lu Xiaoyi, when he used the force of stars, the power of his sword was 2 times stronger, but definitely not 3 times stronger. It was still a bit far from this standard. Looking at the 3 disciples' expressions, Daoist Rui understood what was going on. However, after beating them with a stick, he still had to give them some carrots. He could not really beat them until they lost their confidence. That would lose the meaning of educating them. I've been practicing the sword for 800 years, and my current power is only 5 or 6 times the normal power. Even so, I'm already one of the best in the nascent soul stage. So, your current situation is perfectly normal. There's no need to be discouraged. Force is a multiplier. How can it be so easy to practice? The swordsman has to raise his cultivation and find the materials to carve the sword formation. After working hard for dozens of years, he only managed to increase the power of his sword by a few %. Once your force is released, it will be several times stronger. Therefore, the path of force has a bright future. The The most important thing is to deepen your understanding of the natural laws and the realm of the great Tao. If you do not do this, you will not be able to improve. You may have entered the door now, but it is only the door. There is still a long way to go. Don't be complacent because of this little achievement. You are still far from success. Daoist Rui was very straightforward and went straight to the point. Force was not omnipotent. If you shout force of mountains and rivers, you will definitely have the force of mountains and rivers. If you have the force of might, your opponent will definitely tremble. The prerequisite to fully unleashing force was that the cultivator had to make full use of the surrounding environment. Where was it standing? High or low? Where was the wind? North or south? Where did the light come from? Facing the light. The direction of the mountain? The direction of the spiritual veins? How could the surging river ripple? The accumulation of killing intent, the cultivation of battle intent. Standing between heaven and earth, how could one dominate? There were too many things that a cultivator needed to learn and explore. Furthermore, they needed to find the best opportunity in battle. Everyone understood the force of mountains, but different people in the same place could unleash a completely different amount of force. This was an all-encompassing grasp of the overall force of mountains and rivers, a complete and detailed understanding of nature. The same was true for other forces, including Lu Xiaoyi's force of stars. Between the stars, there was also mutual attraction and mutual rejection. It was impossible for hundreds of stars to work together for you once you unleashed the force of stars. You had to find the most suitable point to unleash your sword within the intricate relationships between the stars, the different geological structures of each star, the different blooming halos, and the rotation of the stars. This was the true force. It was not something that would really come just by shouting force. It was not your son. Even if it was your son, there would be a day when he would throw a tantrum. Chapter 518. Sword Light Division. This is the most difficult of the 4 realms of the sword. Daoist Rui sighed. Sword Light Division is the name of the inner sword, but it's very difficult for us outer swords to achieve. The sword energy of the sword pill is formless and intangible. Of course, it's easier to divide. It's not difficult for the inner Jin Dan to divide into tens or hundreds of inner swords. Currently, the inner swords of the Wenguang Peak can divide into nearly 1,000 inner swords. Our outer swords can't compare. In the lineage of the outer swords, we call this realm sword net silk, or sword illusion. Daoist Rui's body didn't move, but a flying sword slowly rose from the sword case behind him and floated 3 feet above his head. As if it was moving in slow motion, it split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. As it flew forward, it rapidly split apart. Although the flying sword was flying forward, there was still a sword shadow in its original position that didn't disperse. The flying sword suddenly accelerated and chopped down a leaf that was 1,000 feet away. The flying sword then disappeared, but the sword shadow 3 feet above Daoist Rui's head suddenly condensed and flew out again, continuing to circulate endlessly. The flying sword flew faster and faster. In the end, it was as if the flying sword above Daoist Rui's head had always been there, and the flying swords that constantly shot out formed a line, making people gasp in amazement. At least to a certain extent, this solved the biggest weakness of the outer swordsman, which was the problem of attack frequency. After 10 breaths, the sword shadows that filled the sky retracted as if they had never appeared. This is sword net silk. When you can control more flying swords to achieve this step, it's as if you can weave a sword net in the sky. This is the sword light division that belongs to the outer swords. We don't use magic power to erase the sword pill, but we use sword illusion to create something from nothing. Similarly, we can achieve the effect of a high frequency of sword attacks. This is also the direction in which you should work hard in the future. Although in theory, the virtual sword image can only be used after reaching the nascent soul stage, because it requires too much spiritual power, it is not impossible for people in the golden core stage to do this. My suggestion is that you can work hard, but don't go down a dead end. Do what you can. This is the first time that Lu Xiaoyi has seen a swordsman other than Yuanying use his sword. He is shocked. He doesn't know what his 2 senior martial brothers are thinking, but with their hundreds of years of experience in the core formation realm, it must be normal to see a senior swordsman use his sword. Therefore, it goes without saying who Reverend Rui is really showing this time. Therefore, if one had a question, they had to ask it. This was the way cultivators sought knowledge. It depended on the occasion and the mood of the teacher. Martial uncle. How is the frequency of my external sword compared to my internal sword at the same level of cultivation? Reverend Rui sighed. The Daoist master inner sword's sword light could easily split into tens of thousands of sword lights. There were even some that exceeded 100,000 sword lights. They were formless and incorporeal, which was why they could transform into tens of thousands of forms. As for me, I can only achieve 1,000 swords like silk. The gap between us is huge. Martial uncle, I heard from senior martial brother Nei Jian that after the sword light division, the highest Dao decay of a flying sword is 9. I wonder what percentage of my Dao decline is after my external sword is split. Daoist Rui forced a smile, 80%. The highest is 80%. Dao decline was a term used by the sword vein after the sword light division was performed. For example, the inner sword's normal sword strike was a ball of metal essence chi that was scraped out by the sword ball that was channeled through the acupoints. This was commonly known as the flying sword. In its normal state, its power was set at 100%. After the flying sword flew out, the swordsman could perform the sword light division and split it. Then, according to the laws of the Great Dao, the split flying sword would not have the same power as a normal flying sword. This went against the principle of energy. Dao decline meant that how much power would be reduced. The best swordsman in the inner sword would not be able to achieve more than 90% of the power after the sword light division was perfected. This was the limit of the heavenly Dao. An inner sword cultivator's Niwen instantly split into 2 swords. The power of each sword was only 80 to 90% of the original flying sword. Even if the sword light division was successful, it was still a question of how to reduce it in the future. If the sword light division was only 50%, 60%, or even less than that of the original flying sword, it could only mean that the sword light division was not practiced to perfection. The weak power would only be able to scratch an itch for the enemy. It was meaningless. Reverend Rui explained, there are 2 steps to the splitting of the external sword. First, it turns from real to virtual, and then from less to more. It has to undergo Dao decay twice, so it can only achieve 80% of its power. However, because the power of my external flying swords is above that of the internal sword, overall, even the flying swords that are split out are stronger than the internal sword. It's just that in terms of quantity, they're far inferior, so they're at a disadvantage. The sword light division is in the Dao decline and also in the sword layer. In these 2 aspects, the flying sword with quality is inferior to the flying sword without quality. It is very disadvantageous. Sword layer was also a term used in the sword vein. The so-called sword light division into 10,000 sword lights did not mean one sword light division into 10,000 sword lights at once. For example, one sword light division into 2, 2 sword layers into 4, 4 sword layers into 8. That would be double the number of sword layers. Every time it was divided into 10,000 sword layers, how much would the power of the flying sword be reduced to? Therefore, a true sword light division expert would not have less than 10 sword layers. One sword light division expert would have 10 sword layers. One sword light division expert would have 10 sword layers, 10 sword layers into 100 sword layers, 100 sword layers into 1,000 sword layers, and 1,000 sword layers into 10,000 sword layers. The sword layer was the most important indicator to measure a cultivator's sword light division. It was also the swordsman's biggest secret. A top-notch swordsman would have more than 100 sword layers. 2 sword layers could reach 10,000 sword layers. The speed was fast and the power of the swordsman's sword layers was small. This was the real killing technique. The number of sword layers was determined by one's mental strength. The stronger one's mental strength was, the more possible it was to control many at once. This was also the reason why cultivators in the Jindan realm began to work hard on their mental strength. On this point, Lu Xiaoyi had an innate advantage. He had already forged his spirit for 200 years. The principle of the outer sword division was similar to the inner sword division. However, as a material flying sword, the prerequisite was that it had to be illusory. Spiritual Master Rui encouraged, in theory, the higher the realm, the smaller the difference between the inner and outer swords. It's just that an inner swordsman focuses on one sword pill for his entire life, and all the changes will come from there. On the other hand, an outer swordsman has to dabble in too many fields, such as living creatures, carving formations, and many other complicated things. There were many such professors. They were interspersed in the process of creating the 5-element sword pagoda, so it didn't seem boring. This was also the first time Lu Xiaoyi had a systematic opportunity to enrich himself from the teachings of an upper-level cultivator ever since he entered Shenyuan. It was very rare, so he cherished it very much. Although some things couldn't be practiced now, it was necessary to understand them in advance. Just like walking, you first had to look at the direction and know where you should go. Slowly, the Great Tools Hall became a place that Lu Xiaoyi looked forward to every day. Here, he could learn things that he couldn't learn by fumbling around outside. Spiritual Master Rui was a teacher who understood teaching very well. He never came to a conclusion, only introducing and guiding. He opened the doors and windows of the Hall of Knowledge and allowed the disciples to choose by themselves. This greatly benefited Lu Xiaoyi. Chapter 519. During this core formation, Lu Xiaoyi's body underwent a huge change in another part of his body. That was the mass of fate in his sea of consciousness. After core formation, all aspects of his body improved as a whole. During core formation, it also crazily absorbed the strange fate from the floating raft. This mysterious mass of fate was a mass of floating fate when he was eating qi. When he was building his foundation, it became a mass of chasing fate. Now that he had formed his core, it became a mass of intercepting fate again. It was hard to say what its specific effects were. However, the luck-severing flying sword that used this as a foundation had indeed made huge progress in terms of mysteriousness. It still needed practice. Time passed in a hectic and busy manner, making Lu Xiaoyi feel incomparably fulfilled. His realm gradually stabilized, and his various swordsmanship returned to the orthodox path. His performance at the fish-leaping cliff brought him abundant resources. In addition, he received generous supplies from the Jindan cultivators. He did not know if it was the same for everyone, but at least for now, he did not need to go overboard for resources. A few years later, he received an invitation from Ling Ruofeng again. However, it was different from before. This time, the reason was not for a gathering, nor was it to show off. It had nothing to do with factional fighting. This time, he was invited for a funeral. Qin Erong's funeral. It was not a fight outside, nor was it a sneak attack. This was the most normal way for cultivators to die. When they felt that they did not have much time left, they would launch their final push to reach the upper realm. The result was also the most normal way. They would die and their Tao would disappear. Very few people attended the funeral. This was because she did not have many friends to begin with. In front of outsiders, she appeared too calculative, making it difficult for people to get close to her. This concealed the pride hidden in the depths of her heart. This made Lu Xiaoyi feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, this was not his fault. However, he could have cared more. She did not need resources or help in her cultivation. Even if it was just a greeting between friends. However, because he was lazy and was afraid of getting into trouble, he did nothing as time passed. She must have been lonely when she left. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know if he regretted coming to the Fifth Ring Road. Lu Xiaoyi understood that not everyone who expressed kindness to you had other intentions. Perhaps it was just ordinary intimacy. Being calculative wasn't a sin. It was just a habit of planning one's life, just like how some people like to go with the flow, while others like to be orderly. This group of people was about the same age. Within 10 years, Lu Xiaoyi had stepped on the last bus. The others were not as lucky as him. This was the real world of cultivation. It was sad. In the end, Qin Erong's pride still defeated her scheming. From the beginning to the end, she had never begged Lu Xiaoyi for anything, even though he had already formed his gold core and returned from Sand Planet. She chose to move forward with her own weight. She doesn't lack resources. Furthermore, he did not lack martial arts. He didn't lack guidance either. I gave her all of these. What she lacks is talent and luck. I can't give her that. This is her fate, as well as the fate of most people. We are not like you, who can be as bright as a star. Gong Xiaodai stood side by side with him. What he didn't expect was that this proud and elegant infant mother, the inner sword Jin Dan, who had always been outside the outer sword circle, was silently supporting her companion. This made Lu Xiaoyi feel a little ashamed. In terms of cultivation, none of his companions could compare to him. However, in terms of being a person, they were all his teachers. Is there anything that needs to be done? He really didn't know what to say. It was heartless to say this after his companions had left, but he couldn't think of anything else to say. Gong Xiaodai snorted. There really is. Erong's last wish is to return her soul to her homeland and be buried beside the sect that nurtured her. This wish is not easy to fulfill. It's just the two of us. Whoever can form a nascent soul should make a trip. Lu Xiaoyi nodded silently. What else could he say? Looking at Ling Ruofeng and the others, Lu Xiaoyi said with melancholy, only these few are left. Do they know where they're going? Gong Xiaodai sighed. They're already over 200 years old. No matter how slow they are, they should be making plans for themselves. They all understand that no one is stupid. What do you need me to do? Lu Xiaoyi realized that what he had said today was stupid and superfluous. However, he had to say these words, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He also realized that this was just the beginning. In the future, there would be many more such departures. Gong Xiaodai shook her head. There's no need. A quiet life. Also, the last bit of self-respect. Lu Xiaoyi, you can't have cultivated until you become a fool, right? Don't reach out. Do what you did before. If you open your mouth, you'll hurt them. Lu Xiaoyi finally returned to normal. He realized that his experience in the mortal world was not enough. He shouldn't be sad because of these departures. At least they have someone to send them off. When it's our turn, the number of people at the funeral may not be as many as here. This funeral was a polishing of Lu Xiaoyi's state of mind. Regarding life and death, he could no longer be as indifferent as before. He began to consider some problems that he would never consider when he was a riceworm. This was also an important revision of his attitude towards cultivation. He realized that he could no longer use his usual lazy attitude towards cultivation. He needed to have a goal, to persevere, and to get used to fighting for it. He didn't like the atmosphere of a funeral, whether it was standing and watching his friends and companions sleep, or lying down for others to see. He didn't like this feeling of powerlessness. At this moment, he finally understood why cultivators thirsted for power. It wasn't just the power to fight. It was also the power to change reality, the power to control life and death, the power to prevent things from happening if I don't want to. He didn't know what others thought, but he couldn't use the so-called rules of cultivators as an excuse. Less interaction, less trouble, everyone should mind their own business. When everything was set in stone, he could only sigh helplessly. How could cultivators have the so-called rules of conduct? If there was, then it must be to do as one pleased, to do whatever one wanted. Why should he care about other people's opinions? It was always Yang Cheng who came to see him. Why couldn't he see his senior sister who was close to him? He could even peek at her bathing. It was better than not being able to see her when he wanted to. Yang Bo always wanted to maintain his image. He wanted to be a senior brother, but he was afraid that he couldn't beat him. It was very contradictory. Why couldn't he just run over and beat him into submission? He might never be convinced. So what? Friends shouldn't be so reserved and think too much. Yang Bo was maintaining his image, but wasn't he doing the same? Jiyu Gang, Jiyu Shan, Jiyu Lin, and Tian Gao. These people had helped him during his growth, and there were also those who had good intentions. Why didn't he visit them? Even if he was disliked, he had his own fun. If he didn't visit them, how would he know whether they would welcome him or not? These people were all old. Maybe one day they would be like today. What was the point of regretting? What trouble could they have to trouble him? Even if they did, as a former disciple, shouldn't he help them? Lu Xiaoyi let out a long breath. His cultivation was progressing smoothly, but his state of mind was flawed. He decided to change his way of life, just like when he joined Little Seven in Pu City. If he was happy for others, he would be happy for himself. Chapter 520. Lu Xiaoyi. Stop right there. I just came to borrow a piece of soap. What a coincidence. Behind the snow mountain, 2 rays of light flashed, one in front and one behind. In between, there were flying swords. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear about the time his senior sister took a bath, so he knew exactly where she was. I won't accept, even if you kill me. Yang Bo was stubborn. Then he stopped competing with swords and started competing with wine, meat, and then went down the mountain to find a place to compete with endurance. Drinking tea at Jiyu Gang, drinking wine at Jiyu Lin's cave, walking around Jiyu Mountain, going to the palace treasury to take a look at Tian Jiao, and picking up a precious 5 elements material that Tian Jiao said didn't have an owner. Reality proved that even if they were all at the Jindan stage, even if they were superior cultivators in the eyes of mortals, they should be able to live as free clouds and wild cranes, not eating the food of mortals. But in reality, Lu Xiaoyi found that they also needed care and friends. Especially when a promising disciple came to their door with cheap wine to eat and drink, they would take out the most precious immortal wine, the most precious experience, and even the best sword embryo materials that they had hidden away, hoping that their dreams could be realized through this disciple. Putting aside the coldness on the outside, they all had a burning hot heart. Blood was always hot. It had nothing to do with age or strength. Apprenticeship was the strongest bond in the world besides the blood bond, especially in the cultivation world. Who wouldn't be gratified to have taught an outstanding disciple? Who wouldn't be proud of their efforts? If Lu Xiaoyi didn't come, it would be completely in line with the culture of the cultivation world. Teachers should be reserved as teachers, and disciples should be proud as disciples. If they just brushed past each other, the teacher could only bury this joy in his heart and bury it in the ground after a few hundred years, instead of indulging his emotions in laughter like now. Lu Xiaoyi knew that he was wrong. He wasted a lot of time, but it wasn't too late to realize it now. Who cared about the Jindan realm? He had to be elegant and shrewd. He had to not show his emotions on his face and hide his worries in his heart. Why did he have to be so tired? Why did he have to pretend to be so deep? Be happy for yourself and others. I'm a happy rice worm. I have a granary, a bag of flour, and a granary. I can eat wherever I want. Lu Xiaoyi had finally found the correct attitude towards life. Although this would delay him for some time, he was surprised to find that because of his relaxed mood, his entire body and spirit were in a very natural state. Instead, he had achieved an extremely high efficiency in the limited time he had for cultivation. It turned out that being happy for others could also make oneself happy. Cultivation was not about putting one's life on the line. The mood was an extremely profound proposition. When a cultivator was under pressure for a long time, many things would be affected. For example, their concentration would decrease, their creativity would wither, and they would be tired of their cultivation as a burden. As time passed, they would gradually achieve nothing. They would no longer have a flash of inspiration, and they would no longer be blessed with good fortune. Taoists generally referred to this situation as the state of mind. It was an empty and big category, and there was no specific way to deal with it. In the past, Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat vigilant about this, but he couldn't tell what it was specifically. He just kept telling himself that he shouldn't easily fall into a deadly state of closed-door training. It was because of this that he went to Sandstar before he formed his gold core. He didn't want to restrict his thoughts in a small space. But now, he had found the correct way to cultivate. It was actually very simple. He just had to take a short period of time out of his daily cultivation and do something that others thought was very unreal and a waste of time. And all of this came from the feelings he had at Qin Erong's funeral. This scheming woman, because of her subconscious pride, had never used her schemes in her whole life. Instead, She had taught Lu Xiaoyi a vivid lesson after she passed away. Who was the one who owed who? Zhenren Rui was the first to feel this change in him. He didn't say anything, but he had a higher opinion of him. These things couldn't be taught. They could only be comprehended by oneself during cultivation. The state of mind could only be effective if it was purely out of nature, rather than passively trying to learn from others' incessant chatter. These three Jindan disciples, Time, Blue Light, and Cigarette Butt, were all relatively young external sword Jindan disciples. Each of them had great potential and a boundless future. He didn't look at people's cultivation and fighting strength, or their position on the Jindan list. He also didn't look at things like aptitude and comprehension, which were very popular in the cultivation world. He looked at experiences. He always believed that a different life would lead to a different future, especially those with unique experiences. Cigarette Butt was one of them. Time passed slowly in Lu Xiaoyi's happiness. Although he was a little nervous, the things that he needed to cultivate were gradually perfected. Cultivation methods, body skills, and sword skills were completed one by one. The only thing that was bumpy was the cultivation of the 5 elements escape method. After 20 years, his progress was very limited. He only had a small achievement in the water escape method and the fire escape method. This was all thanks to Zhenren Rui's supervision of the 5 elements sword pagoda. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to do this. The construction of the 5 elements sword pagoda took 15 years to complete. It could be said that the design of the 5 elements sword pagoda had been completed satisfactorily and had reached a practical stage. Next, the construction process would be written into a detailed book and handed over to others to complete. Among the 3 of them, Time and Guang Lan had benefited a lot. The only one who didn't seem to have much progress was Lu Xiaoyi. Zhenren Rui didn't care about this. He had seen too many so-called rising stars. He knew that everyone had their own learning rhythm. Some people had a strong comprehension ability. They could quickly accept some new things and draw inferences from them. Some people had a long life. Their progress wasn't obvious, but they never stopped moving forward. It was hard to say which method was better. Everyone had their own opportunities. In the last 5 years of Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation, he began to have time to integrate his fighting system. After strengthening the 7 sword spirits, he was completely familiar with the coordination of sword formations. He read a lot and deepened his understanding of Jindan's level. It wasn't only the sword vein, but also the Dharma meridian. He was no longer as solitary as he was when he was in foundation establishment. When he had nothing to do, he would go to Wen Guangfeng, Yang Bo, Guang Ming and other familiar cultivators to flirt and fight. As for the external swords, under the guidance of his seniors, he systematically understood the characteristics of Jindan with the Dharma meridian. Although Jiyu Gang, Jiyu Shan and the others couldn't leave the hall now, they were still Jindan swordsmen. When they were young, they were all troublemakers who traveled all over the 5 rings. Their experience was incomparably rich. Lu Xiaoyi didn't need to face a Dharma meridian cultivator directly to know their fighting style and characteristics. Of course, the experience of Jiyu Gang and the others was based on their relatively mediocre abilities. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was another point of view. This point of view had yet to take shape. He needed to truly go out and compete with the heroes of the world before he could form his own style. 20 years had passed. There were still too many things that hadn't been completed. However, he also knew that he couldn't stay in the mountain and build a cart behind closed doors. Chapter 521. Lu Xiaoyi had ended his 20 years of life as a Jindan. He wanted to go out and see the world. Looking at the world from the perspective of a foundation establishment cultivator was different from looking at a Jindan cultivator. He didn't have many friends in the 5 rings. Wei Sword Mountain was one, and Kuan Dao Li Realm was another. He was relatively familiar with Erhai, although he had been cooped up in the sect when he was there. There were risks in traveling the 5 rings during foundation establishment, but it was much easier in Jindan. As long as the Yuanying didn't interfere, he could always escape if he couldn't win. But before he went out, he had to report to the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. Jindan was no longer the same as before. There were over 1,000 Jindan swordsmen under 1,000 Shou Peak. When he went out, he had to inform them. The sect wouldn't restrict Jindan cultivators, but at the very least, they had to know where you were going and what you were doing, even if you were lying. The management of the non-official Jindan cultivators in 1,000 Shou Peak was under Ji Yudong's charge. Going down the mountain to travel? Oh, that's right. 20 years are up, it's time to go out and do some exercise. Ji Yudong stopped what he was doing and took out a jade slip. He searched through it carefully and casually said, "That's right." He casually said, "The sect encourages new Jindan swordsmen like you to go out and make new friends. It's better than staying in the sect. This has always been my Xuanyuan's characteristic. However, the prerequisite is that the sect doesn't assign any other tasks to you. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyi was no longer the Lu Xiaoyi he was when he was in the building foundation stage. He would not show any dissatisfaction. After eating and drinking enough, after training enough and enjoying everything provided by the sect, it was time to work. It was only right and proper. "Senior brother, please speak. If the sect has any arrangements, I will definitely do my best." Ji Yudong was very satisfied. This attitude was right. It seemed that as his realm increased, this cigarette butt state of mind also became more mature. This was a good sign. Qianxiu Peak has Jindan ranked 1,700. Apart from those like us who are in charge of the daily affairs of the sect, there are also those who are traveling outside for various reasons. Those who are preparing to enter the upper realm are Yuanying, and those who are assigned missions by the sect. Those who are truly free are only 300 to 400 people. We will assign missions based on each person's qualifications, abilities, and special requirements. We will not target individuals. We will only choose suitable ones. Do you understand? Senior brother, feel free to speak your mind. In any case, Little Yi wants to go out and relax. I'm not sure where exactly he's going. Since I can help the sect, that's the best, as long as it's within my ability. Ji Yudong nodded. He didn't have a good impression of this cigarette butt. He was a little selfish, didn't care about the big picture, was lazy, and had no discipline. In his mind, a true swordsman should be selfless, willing to contribute, and always put the interests of the sect above himself. He didn't think that it was difficult because he had always done that. However, after the two encounters after the core formation stage, he had some new views. Although he couldn't change his deep-rooted views, he now felt that this cigarette butt could at least be saved. He knew that if he benefited from the sect, he should repay it. The place you want to go is not in the fifth ring, it's in the depths of the universe. In Shenyuan, there's a mineral star that has been providing us with a precious material for swords for thousands of years. It's called the Whirling Star. It's an uncivilized place that is difficult to manage. This material is called the Receiver Crystal. Every swordsman can't do without it. You should be familiar with it. In the cultivation world, the materials for divine guidance and soul guidance have always been the most precious kind. No matter if it's the weapons used by Dharma cultivators or the materials for my flying swords, any weapon that can be controlled by the divine soul is inseparable from this kind of materia. In the fifth ring, there are many kinds of resources, but there are very few materials for divine guidance and soul guidance. There's a reason why the materials are limited and the quality is very low. Therefore, the collection of these materials is done through the colonial stars. Not only Shenyuan, but also all the big sect. If you don't have the ability to obtain these materials, you can only buy them through the big sects at a high price. Not to mention the high price, you'll also be under the control of others and face the risk of being choked at all times. Xuanyuan's external swords are used by tens of thousands of people, so it's impossible to rely on others. This is the case for Shenyuan, the Supreme Three Pure Ones, and even the other big sect. Without a source, the impact is huge and far-reaching. It's not an exaggeration to say that the decline of the external swords has begun. I'm telling you this because I want you to know the importance of this. Don't underestimate it. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This old fogey is really long-winded. After talking for so long, he still hasn't gotten to the point. What happened? Where is it? How serious is it? How do I get there? How serious is it? Outside the universe is the world of perfected yuanying. Is it really appropriate for you to tell me this? Ji Dong finally realized that he was being long-winded. It wasn't that he was talkative, but the words that perfected Rui had said to him before made him subconsciously want to explain everything clearly. He didn't want to leave the impression that he was purposely making things difficult for this cigarette butt. Whirling Star is a very strange planet. There are many special things about it. Perfected yuanying can't enter. Once you enter, you'll have to face the heavenly tribulation, and it won't stop until you're dead. Only middle and low-level cultivators can enter. There's no point for foundation establishment cultivators to enter. Middle and late Jindan cultivators may also face the heavenly tribulation. In terms of safety, it's safest for beginner Jindan cultivators to enter. That's why I'm looking for you. 10 years ago, the Jindan cultivator that Shenyuan stationed there suddenly extinguished his soul lamp. This is the second time in 100 years. 2 Jindan cultivators died in a row. We need to be vigilant. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lu Xiaoyi still had many questions. Wait, senior brother. How many years does it take to transport the receiver crystals from Whirling Star? Is it because the sect has no more reserves, so? Ji Dong said unhappily, you don't need to think about stockpiling. Shenyuan is such a big sect. How can they not have such a small strategic reserve? There's a lot in the treasury, but there's enough to last for 1,000 years. I'm afraid that you'll have the life to stockpile, but not the life to spend it. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. How can that be? Isn't this because the sect is in a hurry? It doesn't seem to be an urgent matter, does it? Ji Dong snorted. If one doesn't consider the future, there will be immediate worries. This is the case for individuals, not to mention a sect. Receiver crystals are precious, but it's not easy to mine them. They're used as the finishing touch, but they're not used as the main material. Therefore, although they're important, they're far less than the consumption of other materials. The receiver crystal is not the only material that can transfer souls. When I was at my peak, I mined several similar materials from all over the universe at the same time. However, after tens of thousands of years, other materials were lost due to various reasons. The receiver crystal is the only one left. Every 100 years, Shenyuan will send back a ship of receiver crystals from Whirling Star. In addition to our own use, we also have to supply our allies. Finally, we have to store some more, so we're a little nervous. Therefore, in the past 100 years, 2 Jindan cultivators died in Whirling Star. We can't treat this lightly. No matter if there's a conspiracy or not, we have to treat it as if someone is plotting behind the scenes. Cigarette butt, your cultivation is low, so you're not afraid of the heavenly tribulation. However, your combat power is strong and you can deal with inexplicable risks. Therefore, you're the best choice for this trip. It might delay your cultivation, but for the sake of the sect, don't complain. Chapter 522. Was this old antique very concerned about whether or not he had any complaints? Lu Xiaoyi didn't have the time to think about these things. He still had a lot of questions to figure out. He might be alone in a distant star field. Courage was one thing, but caution was another. Furthermore, he could tell that old Jiu might look old-fashioned and square, but that wasn't his biggest problem. His biggest problem was that he wasn't organized. He had said so much, but he didn't explain the matter clearly. He even had to ask, "Senior brother, when was the last time the mining ship came? When was the next time? When did the 2 senior brothers get into trouble? Were there any messages?" Ji Dong replied, "The last time the mining ship came back was 90 years ago. The next time will be 10 years later. The first junior brother got into trouble more than 80 years ago. We can accurately know the time of his death from the flickering of his soul lamp. Then, 1000 Shofeng Peak sent another cultivator, who also got into trouble 10 years ago. The sect knew that there was definitely a problem and couldn't send a Jindan who couldn't protect himself. After thinking about it, you were the only new core formation cultivator with strong fighting ability. So, we waited for you for 10 years so that you could completely consolidate your cultivation. But now, we can't wait any longer. As for the transmission of messages, 1, it's too far away, and 2, it's a special world. So, there's no news unless he can come back. Is Whirling Planet a low-level cultivation celestial body? Is there a mature cultivation system? If a swordsman like me goes there, is it a thorough investigation? Or a secret investigation? Jiyu Dong said cautiously, it's a low-level cultivation celestial body. The highest realm is Jindan, but there are a lot of Jindan cultivators there. Because we reached a deal with them, in order to stabilize our relationship, Thousand Shofeng Peak has been trying to establish a sword vein orthodoxy controlled by Shen Yuan in Whirling Planet for thousands of years. There were successes, and there were failures. The success was because the external sword orthodoxy had indeed taken root and sprouted in Whirling Sea. The failure was because it could not become a mainstream orthodoxy. Otherwise, this would not have happened. Carry the sword on your back and go down. As long as you dress properly, you can do whatever you want. Later, I will give you a jade slip with the specific information of Hassa Star. After all, we have been trading for thousands of years. Some general information can't be hidden from the eyes of the cultivators who have been stationed here for generations. This is just an external sword's mission. It has nothing to do with the internal sword. The inner sword doesn't need receiver crystals. Now that they had the sword pellet, they didn't need anything. However, we can't ask for the inner sword for everything, unless we have no other choice. Face. Are you sure that the other forces on the fifth ring don't know about Po Suo's existence? Jiyu Dong knew very well who he was referring to. From our point of view, we didn't notice anything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you, but the true monarchs. However, I can't rule out the possibility that the law lineage has found out about my background. In order to cut off the roots of my external sword lineage, they used methods within the law. For example, they also sent Jin Dan down. Because 2 junior brothers didn't come out in a row, we can't be sure. This is also one of your missions. My mission. First, you have to guarantee that the ore rafts will be sent out normally 10 years later. Second, you have to investigate the cause of your 2 senior brothers' deaths and see if there's a fifth ring law lineage mastermind behind it. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, when the ore rafts arrive 10 years later, someone will take over from you. My Xuanyuan's new Jin Dan won't stay in that place to the death. It'll affect his cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi seemed to understand something. Those 2 senior brothers are, Jiyu Dong nodded. You guessed right. They're both false cause. They've been stationed in Hassa for 100 years. After they return, they have the right to go out and establish their own family clan. Lu Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. What kind of restrictions does the sect have on me? Jiyu Dong was a bit nervous. Even though Cigarette but had all kinds of problems, he was never lenient when it came to killing people. From his performance in the Foundation establishment realm, it could be seen that he was basically in 2 states, a lazy state and a murderous state. There was nothing else. In principle, the sect doesn't have any restrictions on you. Our Xuanyuan's disciples are stationed outside, and Xuanyuan's rules are that there are no rules. But I personally suggest that you consider the future of the ore veins. If you offend them all, you won't be able to do your job properly. In the end, you'll end up hurting our ore veins. Secondly, you have to pay attention to your own karma. If you kill a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it'll be detrimental to your future cultivation. You have to grasp the scale of this yourself and find the right balance. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He took the jade slip and was about to leave when Jiyu Dong called out to him. The mission is urgent. It's already been delayed for 10 years. So, the floating raft I'm sending you will leave in 3 days. You have to arrange your personal matters as soon as possible. In addition, 10 years is precious even for a Jin Dan. Guarding Hassa shouldn't be done by a Jin Dan with your potential. For this reason, the sect will specially allow you to go to the inner and outer treasury to make up for 10 years' expenses. The materials are sword embryo, skill, and spirit stones. Time is a bit tight, so try to be more thorough. Lu Xiaoyi nodded silently. At least the sect never mistreated its disciples in terms of resources. He wasn't dissatisfied. He was no longer a rice worm. He knew the difference between fighting and not fighting. He knew that the journey to the great Tao was full of dangers. The danger in the eyes of others might be his opportunity. He also thought that he would receive a dangerous mission, but he didn't expect that the first mission would be in outer space. It was also fate. He didn't inform anyone. Yang Peng, Yang Bo, Jiyu Gang, Jiyu Shan, and even Ju Yi. He didn't need to. This was his first choice after maturing. When you're about to step into danger, your first self-protection measure is to have as few people know about it as possible. He packed his luggage and went to the inner and outer treasury to plunder. After 20 years of secluded cultivation, he might enter another 10 years of solitary cultivation. Cultivation is like this. You never know what's waiting for you next. When you complain that time is tight, more trouble will come. When you want to go out for a walk, another secluded cultivation period will quietly arrive. 3 days later, in an inconspicuous corner of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's Jindan mission board, the investigation mission of a few Foundation establishment disciples who were trapped and died in a secret palace was accepted. The person who accepted the mission was surprisingly named Cigarette Butt. At the same time, when Guangfeng entered a huge formation at the back of the Thunder Palace, Lu Xiaoyi followed behind an old cultivator. They walked into the formation and quietly disappeared. In the next moment, 2 people walked out from the formation of Weijian Mountain. The cultivators of Weijian Mountain had already been notified. They didn't care about it and just let it be. The old cultivator rolled up his sleeves and brought Lu Xiaoyi into the prepared floating raft in the mine. This was a super small floating raft. Just from its shape, it was made for speed. There were no markings on it. The floating raft soared into the sky and passed through the atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. It rushed into the deep space of the universe. 2 hours later, the head of the raft emitted a bright light, piercing through the space in front of the raft and opening a passage. The floating raft then disappeared. Chapter 523. Lu Xiaoyi secretly praised the secrecy of the sect's arrangement. They didn't take off from the dome but took off from Weijian Mountain. The floating raft was unmarked. Everyone knew who they were guarding against. He had never seen this old cultivator before. He couldn't judge his realm from his aura. He only knew that when he controlled the raft, he was extremely fast. He was several times faster than Zhenren Rui. Only then did he understand that the old cultivator who took him there was a supreme. From this, it was enough to see the importance of the external sword lineage. Jiyu Dong wasn't exaggerating. 1,000 years of preparation was forever for mortals. Who would really think about the future? However, it was different for cultivators. This was the time that they could see with their eyes. Therefore, they had to react immediately. The Dharma lineage's dead sword vein had never died. Of course, the opposite was also true. It was just that the battle had changed from a large-scale sect war to such tricks behind the scenes. The Dharma lineage wanted to get rid of Xuanyuan's Sword Tomb Small World and Weijian Mountain Spirit Box World the most. However, they couldn't get rid of these important things. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing. They started with the external sword lineage and got rid of the external sword flying sword's most important spiritual soul item. The flying sword couldn't be controlled. It was dead. This was the cornerstone of everything. It wasn't until the appearance of the sword spirit that the external sword lineage started to get rid of the reliance on receiver crystals. This process continued until the supreme level. It didn't matter if the flying sword lineage had receiver crystals or other spiritual soul items. However, with the current situation of Xuanyuan's external sword lineage, how could the cultivators survive without the sword spirit? This was the time when the receiver crystals were extremely useful. Therefore, the situation on Whirling Star could really affect the cornerstone of the external sword lineage. He was willing to do something for Shenyuan. He was unwilling when he was building his foundation, but now he was willing. He might even take the initiative to take on important tasks in the future. This was the mental journey of a swordsman. Under Xuanyuan's tens of thousands of years of cultivation system, there were very few accidents. This was because of the inheritance. The old cultivator was silent. Lu Xiaoyi naturally wouldn't ask for a snub. In the antimatter space, it was the cultivation environment that he urgently needed. This was also why he felt lucky. Only in the top forces would he have many opportunities to travel to the deep space of the universe. If it were a small sect, he would have to guard the fifth ring for the rest of his life. His star system needed to switch back and forth between the positive and negative space. This was a very troublesome matter, but he didn't expect to solve it in this way. After running for 3 years in the antimatter space, Lu Xiaoyi still didn't know how far the 3 years in the antimatter space meant in the main world. However, Shenyuan had a history of using the receiver crystal of Whirling Star for thousands of years. The distance between them was not something he could imagine. 3 years later, the floating raft broke through the wall and flew for more than a month. A magnificent and huge nebula appeared in front of him. This was a huge spiral of celestial fate. Hundreds of thousands of celestial bodies were mixed together, big and small, with different structures. It showed a kind of regularity of the universe's celestial bodies. 99% of them were barren, dead stars. Only a few of them were blue and green. Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense was not good enough, and he did not have the Tao realm. He could only judge whether there was a gas layer on this star from the color, which meant that there might be life forms. The old cultivator stopped the floating raft and quietly looked at the beautiful nebula. After a long time, he said, "Magnificent." Lu Xiaoyi nodded silently, but his eyes were staring at this magnificent scene that other cultivators would never see in their lives. It was so familiar. This was the home where he had drifted for tens of thousands of years. The universe. He was back. The old cultivator pointed at the nebula in front of him. The Water Wheel Nebula. It's a relatively dense nebula in the universe. Because they are very close to each other, the various attractive and repulsive forces in the nebula are very strange. Even if I enter it, if I'm not careful, I will be sucked in and can't get out. I need to wait for an opportunity. When the whirling star appears at the edge of the nebula, then I can send you in safely. Remember, no matter where you go, don't forget that you are a Shenyuan swordsman. At the same time, don't lose hope. As long as there is a chance, Shenyuan will never forget the disciples who have sacrificed for it. If it was in the past, Lu Xiaoyi would have scoffed at this in his heart, thinking that this was nothing more than a way for the higher-ups to boost the morale of the people below, using some cheap and lofty words. But now, he didn't think so. A supreme didn't need to deceive a little Jindan like him. The reason why he said this was to tell him, as long as the soul lamp was still there, Xuanyuan's rescue power would still be there. If the soul lamp was gone, the means of revenge would still be there. The floating raft gradually approached the Water Wheel Nebula. The endless stars in front of them were getting closer and closer. Even Lu Xiaoyi, who mainly cultivated the star technique, felt dizzy. He was smart, so he immediately realized his shortcoming in the star technique. Why did he feel that the powerful potential of the star technique had not been fully realized? Not only in the speed of cultivation, but also in the application of the star technique. Could it be that he had been in the distance all this while and hadn't gotten close enough? Not only did it refer to the stars that were close to him, but it also included the stars that the cultivators were standing on. He didn't feel this problem in the chi layer of the 5 rings. Only in the universe, when the endless stars were close to him, did he begin to realize this problem. At the same time, he began to suspect that the reason why the star technique had never been popular in the Shenyuan sword school was that there was a flaw in the star technique that he had snatched from the Dharma branch. Maybe it wasn't a flaw, but a deficiency. Maybe he had secretly hidden one or more tricks. Before, he found that the star technique needed to be cultivated alternately in the material space and the antimatter space to achieve the best effect. Now he found the problem of the distance of the stars. Then, what other problems would he find in the future? He didn't have time to think about these at this special moment, because Lao Xiu had already found the whirling star. Remember, when you are alone, you should think about yourself. Cultivation is for longevity and for yourself. It has nothing to do with the collective sect. One is for your own survival, and the other is for the receiving crystal of the sect. This order can't be wrong. Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. He had just begun to have a sense of identity with the sect, and this perfected cultivator was telling him this. If the receiving crystal is broken, the external sword will lose the foundation of the flying sword. This should be placed before everything else, right? Lao Xiao snorted and said disapprovingly, so what if it is broken? Shenyuan is broken, but the supreme sword is not broken, and the three pure ones are not broken. Just rob. Who said that robbers can only rob outsiders and not their own people? Lu Xiaoyi broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, we still don't know if the whirling star is the Dharma branch. Lao Xiao interrupted him. Do you need to figure it out? Will robbers investigate the origin of the victim's wealth before robbing? How do you deal with people? The only reason robbers have to rob is that they don't have it anymore. So you can borrow it for a while. You don't need to bear too much responsibility. The sword vein has been around for tens of thousands of years and countless major cultivators. Do we need a little Jin Dan like you to turn the tide? If that was the case, Shenyuan would have been destroyed long ago. We just don't want to start a large-scale cultivation war in the fifth ring. This means that countless innocent people will die. Chapter 524. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi felt a lot more relaxed. Actually, the reason was simple. External swords could not be used to train low-level swordsmen. How could Shenyuan just wait for his death? It was inevitable that he would make a last-ditch effort to drag everyone down with him. Facing a crazy swordsman sect, according to the temperament of the Dharma lineage, the best way to deal with it would be to squeeze out some resources for this hungry wolf, so that it would not bite everywhere. Of course, this was a situation where they had no choice. They would be controlled by others, and they would not be full. Lu Xiaoyi's mission was still very important. However, as Ji Yudong said, it involved Xuanyuan's life and death. It was too much. He smiled and said, I know. I will keep myself useful and watch the future. Lao Xiao did not say anything else. Instead, he focused on controlling the floating raft to plunge into the Water Wheel Nebula. The biggest characteristic of the Water Wheel Nebula was that it was disorderly. It was impossible to determine the movement pattern of every star. If the stars were deep in the nebula, he would not be able to enter and exit freely. He could only wait for the whirling star to wander to the outer layer of the nebula. Once he found it, he would quickly approach it and complete his goal of sending people to the stars. Lao Xiao was a top expert in the external swordsman sect. His cultivation was also high enough. That was why he had the ability to send people to the stars. The floating raft flashed as it moved left and right in the nebula. It made full use of the speed of the raft. From time to time, it would even teleport to avoid danger. Poor Lu Xiaoyi. When a supreme cultivator truly displayed their speed, he had already been bewitched. Not to mention the positioning of the stars, for a moment, he felt that the world was spinning and the universe was upside down. He almost vomited. This was really inconceivable for a Jindan stage cultivator, but under the control of a supreme, his ability was really not worth mentioning. He could not see what the whirling star looked like. He did not know whether it was blue or green, big or small. He only knew that it was surrounded by stars. Just as he was feeling uncomfortable, he heard a clear voice in his ear. I am Fufeng. I will send you on your way. Take care. Then, he felt his body tremble, as if the floating raft had rushed into some kind of medium. Then, his body became light and he was thrown out of the raft. He could feel the air surrounding him. While the world was spinning, he barely managed to stabilize his body. Then, he saw that high up in the clouds, thunderclouds were rapidly accumulating. The hidden power seemed to be able to split the stars and split the earth. This was a lightning tribulation. Its power was not something that the little lightning he had used when he was refining the pill could compare to. His heart stirred, and he already knew the origin of this thing. He could not help but exclaim loudly, Senior, be careful. There's a lightning tribulation coming. There was no need for his reminder. After Fufeng piloting Raft threw him out from a safe altitude, he didn't care about anything else. With another flash, he had already passed through the atmosphere and left. All that was left behind was a thundercloud that slowly dissipated after losing its target. Now that the senior had left, Lu Xiaoyi would have to struggle for his life. Falling from the sky, amidst the strong winds, it was as if he was the only one in the world. He had to fall. Because Fufeng piloting Raft was very shallow in the atmosphere. If he went any deeper, he would be struck by lightning. The old man obviously didn't want to accept this kind of reforging, therefore, Lu Xiaoyi was thrown out between the void of the universe and the atmosphere. Such a height was still a bit difficult for him. Until he reached the height of 20,000 feet, he began to slowly control his body. However, he was not in a hurry to fall. Instead, he constantly felt the influence of the star cultivation method, the attack of the flying sword, the escape method, the application of all kinds of subsidies. He must know whether he was restricted here and what influence there was. This was especially important for him to know how much power he could use. It was also the foundation that every mature cultivator must master in a new environment. Fortunately, he was not affected. Although the jade slip of the school had already introduced this, he was still used to trying it himself. His life was more important. At the height of 30,000 feet, Lu Xiaoyi took out the map he carried with him, trying to confirm his current location. Thousands of years of crystal trading, dozens of senior Jindan's understanding and investigation, the topography of the whirling star, the territory of the city, and the territory of the school had already been mapped out and placed in the warehouse of Shenyuan. This was a small star. It was similar in size to Lu Xiaoyi's home planet. This was also the norm for celestial bodies in the Water Wheel Nebula. Only celestial bodies of this size could exist in the nebula. Celestial bodies that were too big would either be thrown out of the nebula or torn into pieces by the huge tearing force. The star was not big, so he knew his position after a little comparison. Next, he needed to make the first choice. Where should he settle down? Before he came here, he didn't have a specific plan. Without a field trip, he couldn't make a feasible plan. The only thing he could be sure of was that he should make a secret visit. In a strange star area, he had to fight the whole star alone. Only a fool would pretend to be an imperial envoy. He would be fooled to death. His strength was not strong enough to suppress the whole world. He needed to find a place to settle down first and learn the local customs, language, culture, manners, and personality of the human world in this star. Only then could he better integrate himself into it. Mortals might spend their whole life learning these things. Even when they were dying, they could still make people recognize the accent of a foreigner. However, for cultivators with strong learning ability, it was very easy. A few months was enough for them to be able to pass off as the real thing. On the Hassa star, there were original orthodoxies. They were relatively heterogeneous and couldn't work together. Because of this, Shenyuan people had an opportunity to invade. They mined here. In order to maintain the situation, they established the orthodoxy of the sword vein. However, it turned out that it was not very successful. The originally chaotic world of self-cultivators on the Hassa star became united because of the gradual rise of the sword vein. They finally had a common goal, to restrict the sword vein. At the same time, they began to resist the mining of Shenyuan. How did Shenyuan discover this star and how did he reach an agreement with the local forces? Because it was too long ago, it was no longer important. What was important was that in exchange for the resources, Shenyuan was not stingy with the local forces. Although they were all second-rate fifth circle techniques, this was originally a low-level world of self-cultivators, so it was enough. After thousands of years of development, the local forces had made great progress, and the sword vein was also growing. It was like the two sides were supported by Shenyuan. But now, there was an irreconcilable conflict between the two sides. Was it because of the conflict between the two sides that led to the death of the Shenyuan swordsman? Was there any other reason? This was the purpose of his visit. After comparing it with the map, he decided to start from the sphere of influence of the law vein. The one who knew the sword vein the best was not the sword vein itself, but their enemies. Moreover, The sphere of influence of the law vein was large enough to cover the arrival of a strange swordsman. Under Lu Xiaoyi's deliberate efforts, the sword box on his back quickly changed shape and turned into a bookcase with a canopy, which was very popular on the Hassa Star. Yes, it was the kind that Ning Taichen carried. It was very artistic and very stylish. Lu Xiaoyi had wanted to carry this thing for a long time. Finally, his dream came true. Chapter 525. Lu Xiaoyi lands in a hidden valley next to a small town. He is dressed in the most popular and common scholar costume in this world. He uses the divine concealment spell to cover his breath. Carrying such an ancient object on his back makes him feel very relaxed. If he is in the fifth ring world, he will be regarded as a lunatic. It was drizzling. To be honest, with the curtain-like canopy covering the bookcase, it couldn't even cover the hair, let alone the whole body. But he liked this style, and this was the smell he wanted. If he met a village girl, or a widowed lady boss, it would be perfect. Along the way, he is very leisurely. Others are not surprised. They probably know that half of the scholars are crazy. Maybe he is experiencing the so-called poetry inspiration in the rain. The small city was called Afterglow, a very beautiful name. It was located between the Law Lineage faction and the Sword Lineage faction. It was a small city near the Law Lineage faction and the Sword Lineage faction. It was also the place where he had decided on his origins. Since he was going to pretend, he had to do it well. Once he was born here and learned the local dialect, he would be able to go out and mingle in the world. His plan is very simple. Since he has 10 years, there is no need to be in a hurry. First, he will lay the foundation here. A few months later, he will go to the prosperous Dharma vein and mingle with the cultivation circle. Finally, he will find a chance to get close to the sword vein. Only by making the early preparations can he solve the problem quickly and decisively. His favorite way to solve problems was to lay low in the early stages of preparation. When the time came, he would make the final decision. What he hated the most was to expose his identity and origin at the beginning. He would be in a state of endless trouble and fighting for 10 years. He is not so shallow, and he doesn't want to prove anything in such a low-level world of cultivation. The sect's introduction of the Hassa Star was very comprehensive. Although this was a low-level world of cultivation, the spiritual vigor here was stronger than that of his home planet. There were many Jindan cultivators here, and some of them were very powerful. Even if their skills were not top-level, their cultivation was not just for show. It was as if the environment here had grown eyes and treated native cultivators differently from outsiders. Native cultivators could reach perfection in the realm of Jindan, but foreign cultivators could not. Once their cultivation increased even a little, they would immediately be in danger of being struck by lightning. He did not know why, but this problem was too complicated and was not something he could understand at the moment. There were guards on duty at the city gates. This was a characteristic of low-level cultivation worlds. Just like his home planet, the ceiling of cultivation was low, so it was inevitable that there would be the existence of mortal dynasties. Foundation establishment cultivators were all precious cultivation talents. How could they be released to help manage the mortal world like the fifth ring? Firstly, he didn't have a travel permit. Secondly, he didn't have any documents. But it didn't matter. He had money. After stuffing in a few white baht, he successfully sneaked in. This was an unspoken rule that would never change in the myriad of worlds. Gold and silver were not commonly used here, and there were no gold and silver mines on the Hassa Star. They used 3 colors of coins as currency. Purple was the highest, blue was the second, and white was the last. He was not interested in the currency system of the Hassa Star, and he was too lazy to care about the origin of these coins. The coins in his pocket were all brought back by the cultivators who were stationed here before. They were not very useful. The sect collected some for him before he left as a backup. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, although he didn't care, and such wind and rain would not make him catch a cold, others would not think so. Therefore, he still had to act natural. Just like the protagonist in a famous movie in his previous life, he would shrink his neck, cover his money bag, and trot forward under the cover of the completely meaningless bookcase. As he ran, he would also pay attention to whether there was a kind lady boss coming out to greet him. If he wanted to enter the mortal world, he should act like he was entering the mortal whirl. He was far from being contaminated by the mortal world, and he had always lacked such an opportunity. If he deliberately entered the mortal world, it would be too purposeful. It was better to do it naturally now. In everyone's mind, there was a role they admired when they entered the mortal world. In fact, it was to make up for their regrets in the mortal world. Therefore, some people became officials, some opened shops, some farmed, and some lingered in the brothel. Lu Xiaoyi still had some scholar genes in him. In other words, he was too deeply influenced by some scenes in his previous life, so he always wanted to play the role of an innocent little white flower, waiting for some charming middle-aged woman to take a fancy to him. He was also sick. Everyone was sick, and perversion existed in everyone's heart. However, most people could not express it under the constraints of the mortal world's laws and principles. This made them hate those who could express it even more, and also double the restrictions and punishment. In fact, it was just that since he couldn't be perverted, then everyone else couldn't be perverted. Lu Xiaoyi was not a real man. He might be in the future, but definitely not now. Therefore, he still had perversion in his heart. Since he had entered the mortal world, of course, he had to go with the flow. He ran all the way through the streets of the small town. If Xiaoqian couldn't run into him, how could he not run into the uncles? It was also a form of self-entertainment. In fact, what he really wanted to do was to observe the moral standards of this world through the reactions of the poor scholar as he ran down the street. What a mortal was like, what a cultivator was like. This was much more convincing than any empty word. The shopkeeper of the ready-made clothing store was watching the rain at the door. His fat body was intentionally or unintentionally blocking the door of the store. He scolded the shopkeeper, "Look at this kind of poor person. His clothes are old and worn, and it's a style from 100 years ago. With one look, you can tell that he came from a poor family. You let him in to take shelter from the rain, and he's completely soaked. Do you want to give him a set of clothes? If he catches a cold, do you want to send him to see a doctor?" Currently, the city lord is very strict with his subordinates. This kind of troublesome matter that has no benefits, it's better not to get involved. The shopkeeper at the side bowed his head and listened to the lecture. He admired the shopkeeper's eyesight. The clothes were indeed very old, and belonged to a style from 100 years ago. From this, he could deduce all kinds of things. No wonder he could become a shopkeeper. In a brothel, the brothel keeper stuck her head out of the window on the second floor. Her voice was loud and clear. She came from her dantian, and the powder on her face and the jadeite on her head trembled together. "Little ones, keep a close eye on him. Everyone in the world can help, but this poor scholar can't help you. If you help him, he will eat, drink, and play for free, and then he will kidnap your girl." A few burly men at the door roared in agreement. They crossed their arms over their chests and looked threateningly at the soaked rat passing by the brothel. From the looks of it, as long as he had the slightest intention of stopping, he would be beaten with his fist. Lu Xiaoyi ran through the rain and sighed in his heart. In this place, the hearts of the people were not what they used to be, and they were unbearably vulgar. If the mortal world was like this, how good could the cultivators who led the moral winds of the domain be? However, there was no need to rush to a conclusion. He had plenty of time, so he could take it slow. Chapter 526. He has been running for half of the street, but no one is kind enough to take him into a house to avoid the rain. In fact, there are many wide eaves on the street. It may be cold and wet, but he will not be wet all the time. However, he has other thoughts. After running to the end of the street, Lu Xiaoyi is soaked. He has a general understanding of the local customs of Afterglow City. Indifference, alienation, and vigilance are the main colors here. He doesn't need to run anymore. This is a small city, and the environment here is not much better. He just doesn't know if it will be different in the place controlled by the sword vein. There is a noodle shop at the corner of the street. He has been running all the way here, and he can roughly judge the level of the restaurant. It is definitely not the most luxurious kind, and it is not a roadside restaurant. It is a medium-sized restaurant where he can find some food to warm his stomach. Of course, for cultivators, this is not necessary. However, for a person who wants to integrate into the mortal world, it is necessary. He walks in, ignoring the gazes of other diners. He puts down the bookcase full of water and says to the waiter, "A bowl of noodles and a kilogram of meat." One of the special things about Planet Hassa is that alcohol is forbidden here. It is not because of religion. It is because there is a lot of meat on Planet Hassa, but there is a shortage of grain. In order to save food, they have to ban alcohol to some extent. Of course, it is impossible to eradicate the problem. However, compared with other star areas, it is very difficult to drink good wine here. Because he knows the rules here, Lu Xiaoyi does not make trouble for himself. Soon, the food is served. Lu Xiaoyi takes out a few coins and puts them on the tray. This is also the special thing about Planet Hassa. When you eat outside, you have to pay the bill first. This is a small rule, but it is written clearly on the jade slip. It is very suspicious that he doesn't know this. When the waiter is about to leave, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly stops him and points to the customer next to him. The customer has just ordered a corner of wine. "I see that you have good wine in your restaurant. If it is convenient, can I have a corner?" Lu Xiaoyi is not a good drinker. However, when he is in a good mood, he is willing to drink a few glasses. When he was on the floating raft, he was tortured a lot. Now, he has turned off his supernatural power and soaked in the heavy rain for a while, so he is in the mood to drink a few glasses. The waiter was straightforward. "Sure. 1 jiao of wine and 2 blue pearls. 1 blue bead was worth 10 white beads, and the meat he ordered just now was only worth 2 white bead." The wine was expensive, but Lu Xiaoyi was not dissatisfied. He was short on grain, but he was not willing to spend money in vain. When other people buy wine, they only get 1 blue pearl per corner. How come when it's my turn, I only get 2 blue pearls? Could it be that the shopkeeper is bullying strangers? The waiter was not embarrassed at all. He answered seriously, "Locals get 1 pearl per corner. If foreigners come to our city, they get 2 pearls per corner. We have to hand 1 pearl to the government for luxury tax." Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to take out 2 blue pearls and place them on the tray. As long as there were rules, he was not someone who would cause trouble. Not long after, the waiter returned with a tray. On the tray, there was a sparkling blue pearl. "Dear guest, this is a bead for you." Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. Had her personality changed? "Why are you looking for me?" The waiter said naturally, "Because the wine is sold out." Lu Xiaoyi felt anger rising. "Then you should give me 2 more pearls." The waiter smiled and shook his head. "But, the tax cannot be stopped." The onlookers were watching the commotion from the side. They could imagine the anger of this foreign scholar, but as locals, they knew that this was the rule of Afterglow City. On this point, the shopkeeper was not bullying the customer. Of course, this also depended on the person. The shopkeeper would not take seriously those who were obviously not to be trifled with, but this was a sour scholar. Who else would he take advantage of if not him? What surprised the diners was that the sour scholar did not make a fuss or shout. He did not care about losing a blue pearl. He only continued to eat his noodles and meat, as if he did not have any objections. This kind of abnormality made people think highly of him. He was either shrewd or rich. Looking at his appearance, he couldn't be a fool, right? They were waiting for this strange scholar to bare his fangs, or for him to transform into a great bandit and beat up the shop owner, or for some important person in Afterglow City to come and help. A blue pearl was not worth much, but it was a loss of face. There was no outsider who did not cause trouble when they came here. Even the waiter was feeling uneasy. He secretly informed the shopkeeper and the cook to hide in the kitchen in case of any eventuality. But their wait was destined to be in vain. The meat was finished, the noodles were finished, and even the broth was finished. Nothing unexpected happened. Lu Xiaoyi stood up and praised before leaving, "The noodles are not bad. Just a little salty." Lu Xiaoyi found an inn nearby and hastily settled himself down. He slowed down his pace because this was not something that could be quickly rectified. Perhaps he could rely on his swordsmanship to dominate this place, but that was meaningless. You can't just kill all the opposers here, right? It was unrealistic to uproot all the forces that hated Xuanyuan's rule. The reality was that he was only one person. If he wanted to find out the truth and ensure the continuous supply of important materials for external swords, he had to have a long-term plan. He couldn't just be happy for a moment and throw a mess to the next successor 10 years later. Then, after a few hundred years, another wave of thoughts against Shenyuan would be brewed. Therefore, he had to be sure and study thoroughly before he could hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, he still had plenty of time. Here, he had to first turn himself into a real local. Then, he would come into contact with the cultivation world. He was worried that if he suddenly revealed his identity as from the upper realm, it would ruin things. He would not be recognized and would not be able to see the truth. If he was in the foundation establishment stage, he would not have such a calm mentality. He would leave after doing one thing, not caring about the flood behind him. However, now that he had grown up, he had become responsible. Since he had promised, he had to do it well. Not only was he responsible for the sect, but he was also responsible for his own Taoist heart. Every day, he would go to the busiest places in Afterglow City, such as the market, restaurants, brothels, and so on. He would quietly listen, quietly watch, and quietly learn. Very soon, even the most picky locals would not be able to recognize his accent. He also learned about the local people, geography, and legends. Under his deliberate efforts, he got to know a few minor officials in the officialdom. With the help of money, wine, and meat, it was not difficult to get a household registration in Afterglow City. Scholars who traveled to study and returned from a long journey. Their parents were dead, and they did not have a fixed residence. It was very convenient to hand these things over to these minor officials. They could do it secretly. Jindan cultivators had spiritual power, so there were no surprises in this regard. However, every night, he would go to the noodle shop and ask for a bowl of noodles, a plate of meat, and an extra jiao of wine. In the beginning, the shopkeeper still bullied him. He still earned 1 blue pearl for tax and didn't give him any wine. However, after Lu Xiaoyi persisted for more than 10 days, even the shopkeeper couldn't stand this person's quiet smile anymore. The 2 blue pearls finally began to serve him wine. A month later, a blue pearl and a jiao of wine. This was the power of silence. The pressure of silence. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had money. Chapter 527. In Afterglow City, Lu Xiaoyi rarely came into contact with powerful cultivators. However, with the strength of his divine sense, he could sense that there were dozens of weak fluctuations of spiritual vigor in the city. It was exactly the same as when he was in Pu City on the mother planet. These were all cultivators who were groping their way forward. He did not disturb them. This was the rule of cultivation. It was shorter than he had expected. It was less than 2 months. He felt that there was no need to waste his time here. In the past month, he had passed the language barrier and the local customs barrier. Aside from the fact that it had nothing to do with the quest, it could be said that it was a successful short trip to the mortal world. The only pity was that the people here were too vigilant, and there were not many widows or anything like that. He carried a bookcase on his back. This time, it was a real one. It was produced locally. The key was that there were some imperial examination books inside. It was enough to pass off as genuine. He also knew that he did not have much time to carry this thing. Next, he would find an identity as a cultivator to blend into the cultivation world here. When that time came, it would be somewhat inconvenient to carry this thing. It was just fulfilling a childhood dream. Just like when he first came to Afterglow City, it was still drizzling. It was still a bowl of noodles and a plate of meat. The snacks in this shop were very much to his taste. He chewed slowly. In the late autumn drizzle, there was a different kind of mood. The shopkeeper hesitated at the counter for a long time. In the end, He pulled the waiter over and gently placed a tray in front of him. There were 14 blue pearls neatly arranged on it. Are you going to leave? It's a pity that there is no wine today. If I knew that you were leaving, I would have left a corner for you. These blue pearls were not rightfully obtained by this small shop. Please take them back. This was an apology for his actions that day. It was just that he was still a little embarrassed. However, Lu Xiaoyi smiled very happily. He finally understood what human nature was. No matter how tough the exterior was, when the hard shell was broken, the inside was still soft. Where was the innate coldness? Innate viciousness? He reached into the bookcase and took out a pot of wine. This was a trick. In fact, he took it out from the storage ring. It's all right. I'll treat you to a drink today. He took a cup and poured a cup for each of them. The innkeeper wanted to decline, but the aroma of the wine couldn't be concealed. Who in this line of work didn't like wine? It was easy to tell whether the wine was good or bad with just a sniff. Just from this soft and lingering aroma, one could tell that this was a good wine that they had never tasted before in their entire lives. Therefore, his mouth did not agree with his heart. While he was declining, his hand could not help but lift the cup to his mouth. He was an experienced drinker and knew how to drink good wine. He only took a small sip and left it in his mouth to savor the aftertaste for a while. When he raised his head again, he felt a hot stream flowing down his throat, and his whole body felt comfortable. Lu Xiaoyi understood a principle. The important thing was not to find out why people were so cold, but to believe in kindness, even if it was short-lived. This depended on the environment. If the environment was right, everyone would be a saint. Then, who was the one who created the environment? The local government? Or the cultivators hiding behind it? This time, when he left Afterglow, his goal was to go to Zhong Dynasty. Zhong Dynasty was not a city, but an area. It was the richest area of Hassastar. It had the densest population and the most prosperous city. At the same time, it was also the place with the highest concentration of Dharma veins. Different from the monasteries of cultivation who were used to living in seclusion in the mountains and forests, if there was a cultivation ceiling and there was an insurmountable barrier, there would be a dead end. In fact, many cultivators preferred to enjoy life. How could he integrate into the world of Hassastar normally? He couldn't waste time like he did in Afterglow City. He had to be fast and slow when he needed to be slow. If he entered the circle of laying foundation and then Jindan, it would be a drag. However, fortunately, there was a guest organization in the Dharma Veins Alliance of Hassastar. It specialized in collecting individual Jindan cultivators and providing them with resources. It was unreasonable to support a guest from a different sect on a barren planet. Unless there was a reason, such as frequent conflict. He didn't want to be a guest himself, but it would be easier to communicate with these guests. His past couldn't withstand a detailed investigation, whether it was his household registration or his Taoist roots. Here, he no longer hid his identity as a cultivator. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. When his Jindan aura was vaguely exposed in front of people, he didn't need to look for it deliberately. Naturally, some people inadvertently approached him, especially those guests of Jindan. They stood at the top of the world's food chain, but because there was no way to go up, they were content with enjoying life and doing nothing. Lu Xiaoyi found a place with the most cultivators and opened a small shop. It specialized in collecting some special cultivation materials, especially receiver crystals. On Hassastar, receiver crystal mines were widely distributed. The sword vein controlled by Shenyuan only occupied one of the places with the best production and quality. There were many similar mines on Hassastar, including the territories controlled by the Dharma veins. This was also something that the Law vein natives were dissatisfied with. Those high-quality mines originally belonged to them, but now they had been taken away by outsiders. They wouldn't be able to obtain a single strand of hair, and they would even have to develop a sword range force. No one would be willing to do such a thing. The function of receiver crystals was to fuse them into weapons, including flying swords, various magic weapons, spirit weapons, and so on. It could fundamentally change the range of use of the weapons. For a flying knife, Even if it was made of ordinary iron, a cultivator could use his spiritual power to control it to fly around and kill enemies. However, there were limitations in controlling it. It was difficult to control it at will. Moreover, it consumed a lot of spiritual power and couldn't be used for a long time. In the world of cultivation, it was called the art of object control. The art of object control was at a higher level. In fact, it was like the sword of a swordsman and the magic weapon of a cultivator of magic. Not only was the art of object control fundamentally different, but more importantly, special materials such as receiver crystals had to be added into the weapons during the process of fusing so as to achieve the purpose of spiritual communication and control. The crafting technique of the Hassa star was a kind of crafting technique that used the receiver crystal without restraint. It was widely used. Many of the crafting techniques were unnecessary, but there was no other way. After all, this place produced the receiver crystal. On the contrary, some of the most common materials in the fifth circle, such as hard materials and materials with the properties of the five elements, were rare and in short supply here. Their prices were much higher than receiver crystals. Shenyuan had known about this for a long time. However, there was no barter rule. Under the control of the sword vein, who would want to work hard to sell goods here? In particular, it was very difficult to enter and leave Hassa star. During the 3 days of preparation, Lu Xiaoyi was keenly aware of this fact. Anyway, he brought a large number of storage tripod with him. Since he had nothing to do, he bought a large number of the most common materials of the five elements in the fifth circle. Firstly, it was a way to enter the local world of cultivation on Hassa star. Secondly, it could make some extra money for him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,